It is a rainy day on November 17th, 2025, and I am posting the first full part of my debut novel, 10,000 Worlds. Really hope you enjoy it. It is written and read by me. I believe you'll find that over the chapters, the story, the voice, and the audio recordings do improve, though there's always room for improvement. Let me know what you think.
Prologue. Wyatt stood on the edge of the road, sweat soaking through his flannel as the summer sun beat down. He wore the lightest long sleeve he owned, a pair of jeans a month past being worn out, and red leather cowboy boots broken in by years of hard use. He tugged at his long gray beard, humming to himself. The chores weren't getting done while he stood here waiting, but if he didn't, they'd never find him. He'd watered the cows and horses, had run through their pens, even started a brush down. Still, patience wasn't his gift. He pulled his hat off, wiped sweat from his eyes, then thought about fetching a shovel from the shed to lean on. Could have been 5 minutes or half an hour when the black and white finally appeared, swerving awkwardly and slowly around potholes the county had promised to fix years ago. He remembered the fine they'd sent him after he and his neighbor filled them themselves. Government gall, if ever there was. The cruiser bounced hard into one of the deep pits, jolting the young driver forward before he slowed to a crawl. Wyatt shook his head and waited. "You, Wyatt?" the officer called through the passenger window once he pulled up. "M," Wyatt said, sitting in the dirt. "You're a city cop." "Yeah, sheriff's all tied up today." The officer tried a weak smile. Mid-20s, narrow face, fresh stubble, still full dark head of hair. Sure, Wyatt made it clear that this bit of god-bothering nonsense was time he didn't have. "You can park it here. You ride a horse?" The officer blinked, caught off guard. No. "We'll have to walk then." Wyatt headed towards the barbed wire fence. "How far's the walk?" the officer called after him from the seat of his cruiser. "About 20 minutes, Wyatt said, giving him a once-over. "Maybe 30 dressed like that." The cop glanced at the vest and the navy blues weighing him down. The heat already felt punishing. "Any faster way? Back road?" "Said you can't ride." "No shortcuts," Wyatt muttered, pulling a wooden bar from the fence to make the gate. The officer stripped down quickly vest and threw it in the cruiser before pulling his shirt back on. "You said you found a door?" he asked as he made his way back to Wyatt. "Never said that." "Mine shaft?" "Nope. Found something. Don't know what." The trail climbed, loose rocks, roots, brush, hard going in the heat. Wyatt pressed forward relentlessly, barely sweating. The cop fought for breath, feeling like he was back in boot camp. "Your son found something this morning?" they said on the radio. He asked between gasps. "You lost a dog, too?" "Dog jumped in, didn't jump out." For the first time, a bit of emotion cracked Wyatt's voice. "I'm sorry," the officer offered, staring at the ground. "You steal him?" Wyatt shot back. "What? No." "Then why are you sorry?" The cop didn't answer. Wyatt shrugged. And that was the end of it. The climb proved every second of 20 minutes. At the crest, Wyatt stopped, pulled off his hat, wiped his forehead, then gestured down with the brim. The officer scrambled the last few feet up a hill, then froze. A crater yawned on the hillside, 40 feet across, 20 feet deep. At its base floated a black oval, 2 feet off the ground, its surface bleeding smoky tendrils that curled and probed outward like searching fingers. Some dragged along the soil, others reached uselessly into the air. The earth below looked freshly churned, like the thing had punched itself into the side of the mountain. "What is that?" the officer whispered. "Told you don't know." Wyatt jammed his hat back on and spit on the ground in the pit. Maybe they'll take you serious. The officer stared, struggling to comprehend. It felt like he'd stumbled into a movie set. A smell reached him, sharp, unfamiliar, both pleasant and foul. Though the hike had been stiflingly hot, a cold breeze swept out of the blackness of the void that he witnessed. You gonna take some pictures or something? Wyatt asked in a tone that was as friendly as he got. Right, the officer snapped back, fumbling for his phone. No signal. He opened the camera anyway, taking shots, then switching to video. The pit groaned low and guttural. The blackness rippled and gave way to water. An orb suspended in the void. Droplets rose and fell, pulled back as though gravity obeyed only the portal. The officer moved carefully along the ridge, recording as the watery mass stretched and twisted like a living thing. Then flicker. The water was gone. Blackness returned. And from the center, something fell. A lump of shadow slammed into the earth, cloaked in an oily blackness. Smoke peeled off of its surface. Wyatt cried out and hurled himself down the slope into the pit head first. He wrapped his arms around the lump as it shifted in the air, cradling it to his chest, clawing his way up the hillside. Dirt sprayed beneath his boots and arms as he fought upward, clutching the smoking creature. "Help me," he barked, thrusting an arm upward. The officer dropped to one knee, grabbed Wyatt's hand, and hauled with all that he had. After grunts, scrapes, and curses, both men tumbled onto the ridge. Wyatt held the animal close, a dog, alive, but panting hard. Its fur was matted with shadow, oily darkness clinging to it like tar. He rubbed at it desperately, but every smear crept back, crawling along the mutt's coat. "What the fuck is that?" the officer cried. His breath hung in visible clouds. He's cold," Wyatt rasped, his own words fogging in the air. He scrubbed at the shadows with one hand, scooting back from the crater with the other. The officer staggered upright. The world had gone frigid. The shadows thickened, pooling around Wyatt and his dog, swallowing them by inches. Panic seized the cop. He stumbled back, turned to run, made three long strides before his vision went black. Fear took root in his chest, colder than the air itself had been. Chapter 1: Thief. The empty stone corridors echoed with each step. A man in dark grays and black moved swiftly, forcing each padded footfall to remain silent. The steady rhythm of marching boots ahead was his only warning of incoming patrols. When the sounds drew closer, he pressed himself into alcoves, behind curtains, or slipped through doors. Once he flattened into a shallow niche as 10 men in red robes passed. Anywhere they had exposed skin bound in loose white cloth. He held his breath until they disappeared into the distance. Only then did he exhale, long and slow. Minutes stretched like hours. At last, he reached an ornate locked door, producing a small embroidered disc. He pressed it to the mechanism. After 10 seconds, a click echoed, and the door opened. Inside, shelves of books lined the walls. A polished wooden desk stood at the center with a single drawer. He rifled through it, swearing when he found nothing. As he turned to leave, the door swung wide again. A woman in black entered, flanked by 2 of the red-robed patrol from earlier. Unlike them, her face was uncovered. Beautiful. "Rylan?" she said simply. "You came to steal from us?" Rylan leaned casually against the desk, feigning ease. "I think you mean you've got something of mine." He smiled, sharp and disarming. "Someone once told me, if you can't keep track of your things, they aren't really your things." A smirk touched her lips. "Someone sounds like an asshole." Rylan drifted towards the shelves, trailing fingers across the spines of books. "I'm here for what's mine." "You should come back to the Shapers, Rylan," she said. Her voice was calm, but her eyes tracked every move. She knew the thugs behind her were less than useless against him. Rylan was her equal, one of very few of her actual peers. Ha! His laugh was bitter. "How you can't see the rot in your institution will always be beyond me." I am the institution, she snapped. The only reason you're still alive. That and my charm, looks, talent, aptitude. Rylan turned to her with a wide grin. And the fact you couldn't kill me on your best day. Don't test my mercy, Rylan. Her posture stiffened. Give her back, and I'll tell you where you went wrong with your wards. His grin never faltered. I wrote and inscribed these words myself, she said coldly. She told herself they were unbreakable, though she dared not speak that aloud. She's important to my plans, Rylan admitted, the grin slipping just a little. I don't want to replace her. It's a lot of extra work. Moira's lips curled as she produced a small, round metallic object. Ashamed to lose such little trinkets. Rylan's eyes locked on it, though he didn't reach. What do you want, Moira? Come home, Rye. The words were almost a plea. The Shapers aren't my home, he replied bitterly, pacing a slow circle, putting himself between her and her men. And you think you'll fight all of us? She mocked. I'll fight you, if I must. His fingers skimmed along the wall as he passed between her and her guards. I told you I am the Shapers. She tried to lean casually on the desk, but the tension in her shoulders betrayed her. Rylan laughed honestly. Then give her to me, and I'll leave. If you're the Shapers, you'll answer to no one. She winced, knowing he was right, hating that he saw it. You know I can't. Then admit it. You and your order don't see eye to eye. Join me. Rylan stepped neatly into the trap she'd laid, flanked now between Moira and her guards. Instead of springing it, she tossed him the metallic object. Don't kill them. It wasn't a plea, just a request. I wouldn't have, he smiled. The moment it touched his hand, the object vanished. Moira flinched. The wards should have barred spatial manipulation. Why sneak in then? Why the performance? I just wanted to see you. His grin softened into something tired, almost sad. Silence stretched between them. Did you know it wasn't everyone? His voice broke with defeat. The red-robed guards mistook this moment for a weakness. In an unspoken signal, they rushed at him. No! Moira shouted, lifting her hand. Too late. Before they completed a single step, they were gone. No struggle, no flash of power. One moment they existed, the next they were erased, plucked from the universe as if they'd never existed at all. Sorry, Moira, Rylan whispered, his face heavy with sorrow. Then he too vanished. Alone in the silent library, Moira lowered her hand. Her voice was quiet and aching. Me too, old friend. Me too. Chapter 2. Plans. Morgan paced nervously around the lavish living room. The house smelled faintly of artificial cookies from 2 candles she'd lit, an old habit from trying to attract buyers, even though that was not her role today. She chafed at the stiff business suit, longing for the casual comfort Liz enjoyed as she lounged like a sun-warmed cat, sipping water and watching the window for the others. So, how long until the farm is ready? Morgan asked, aiming for casual but feeling sweat bead under her hairline. We should have everything set next month, Liz replied easily. She glanced at Morgan with a sympathetic smile. Relax. 100 people or so will come through this house today, and you're not breaking any laws. Maybe not, Morgan said, swiping her sleeve across her forehead, but the office wouldn't want me hosting meetings in a model home either. If anyone asks, we're just a group of prospective buyers requesting a private showing. Liz spotted a car pulling into the driveway and sighed in relief. Back up for Morgan's nerves. Hank's here, she said. Morgan stepped to the window, eyeing the vintage farm truck. To her, it looked like a big, ugly relic that should be left to rust somewhere. He brought the truck, she groaned, rolling her eyes. It's a classic, Morgan. People with money drive classics, Liz said, for what felt like the 100th time. I still don't see the difference between classic and piece of junk. The difference is thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, spent restoring them. Liz didn't bother moving from her seat. Nothing she said ever eased Morgan's tension. Instead, she stayed the picture of calm. I'm just worried one of my bosses will come by and start asking the wrong questions. Morgan filled a glass with water from the kitchen sink. Liz laughed. What are they going to torture our social security numbers out of us and run a credit check? Morgan glared at her. How many people do you show houses to who never seriously even consider buying? Liz pressed. A lot. Morgan knew her worry was silly, but hosting what felt like a covert, maybe even illegal meeting in show homes ranked somewhere between hunted for sport and giving a presentation to her supervisors while wetting herself. The door opened. Hank and Adam walked in. Hank wore shorts and a t-shirt featuring a nearly naked woman and some band logo. Morgan shook her head. Adam, at least, had slacks and a button-up, though no tie. Not perfect, but better. Jerome and Nina not here yet? Hank asked, kissing Liz on the cheek. Not yet, Morgan huffed. Maybe we could start anyway, please? The group exchanged looks. Hank shrugged. Sure, Liz said brightly. I'll catch them up when they arrive. Hank filled a cup of water and moved to the small, freshly placed plants the real estate office had arranged. He poured water into the soil, brushed the leaves, and the blooms unfurled in his hands. Like a time lapse, sped to real time. He moved plant to plant, using a full glass of water each before returning for a refill. Show off, Adam muttered. Morgan opened her mouth to comment, then thought better of it. So, you all heard about the transformer explosion downtown? Liz began hurriedly, partly to distract Morgan, partly to get to the point. 30 people were hospitalized, several city blocks blacked out, papers calling it a freak accident. Yeah? So what? Adam asked. You think it was a mage? Morgan asked, taking her cue from him. I hate that you're calling us that, Hank said without looking up. What the hell am I supposed to call us? Morgan shot back. It doesn't matter, Liz tried. I don't know, Hank admitted. It just sounds so Harry Potter. Isn't it kind of like that? Morgan asked. No, Hank said firmly. There's no school, no mentors, nothing like the movies. Books, Morgan corrected. They were books first. Guys, Liz's voice rose. Not important right now. The Transformer event. Focus. Transformer event makes it sound like a movie too, Adam said with a chuckle. Liz leveled a look at him. What? It does. Still unimportant, Liz said, exasperated. I think it was a mage. She rushed the word before Hank could object. He rolled his eyes so hard that his head followed. Shut up, sweetheart, Liz said. I didn't say anything. Anyway, Nina's a nurse at the hospital. She can tell us everyone who is hospitalized. That gives us a list of potential adepts. Wouldn't an electric mage not be hospitalized from electricity? Morgan asked, deliberately emphasizing the word. Liz faltered. I didn't think of that. Maybe they don't have control, Hank offered. Could be a mistake. They might not even know they're attuned to magic yet. Liz nodded. Yeah, if Nina gets me the list, I can track them down and interview them. What about Officer Dickhead? Adam asked darkly. If you thought of this, so has he. Morgan shuddered. Hank stared at Adam. Silence stretched. Even more reason to pursue this, Liz said finally. If they don't know they have powers and we don't find them first. Hank nodded slowly. Fuck that, Adam said. I watched that bastard kill someone. I'm not putting myself in his path. I'll do it, Liz said. I'll be right there with you, babe, Hank offered. No, you won't. We're going to split up, cover more ground. I don't know about that. Start knowing, Liz cut in. He doesn't know about us, and there's no reason to think that he suspects anything, legal or magical. Hank glared at her. I don't care if you don't like it, Liz pressed. We need to find this adept before he does. I'm out, Adam said, pacing all the way out. Elon's shuttles to Mars out. Morgan nodded. It's not worth dying for. Sorry. What, you'll let someone who doesn't know they have powers die? Liz demanded. Morgan crossed her arms. You weren't there, Liz. Neither were you. Not really, Liz snapped. Liz, babe, stop. Hank crossed to her, gripping her shoulders. I'll help. We'll split the work. See if anyone's one of us. Liz glared past him at Morgan and Adam. Liz, Hank's voice was firm. Take a breath. Go outside. Morgan and Adam shared a look. Part mutual comfort, part unspoken agreement. Fear held them firm. They wouldn't risk crossing paths with that monster. Not now, not after what happened. Well, Liz started. Enough. Hank shook her shoulders gently. Go outside, call Nina, get the list. We'll do this together. He walked her to the front door and let her out. Hank turned back to his friends. Sorry, guys, I get it. I'll talk to her. We'll handle it. You don't have to help. Morgan's defiant posture crumbled. She hugged herself, tears sliding down her cheeks. Adam met Hank's eyes. Thanks, man. I'm sorry, too. It's just... He let the rest hang. I know. We'll meet up again soon. Hank opened the door and left. Liz leaned against the side of his truck, her eyes a volatile mix of frustration, rage, and sorrow. She melted into a hug he offered. Why can't we just tell the police? Turn them in? Her voice cracked. You know why. We have less than no evidence. Sam vanished, and all we know is what Morgan and Adam told us. Sam wouldn't disappear without a word. Hank paused. He's gone, babe. He's gone. The words came out soft, barely audible, as if speaking them stole his air. Liz broke, sobs racking her. She clutched him like a life raft in the storm. I just don't want to believe it. I know, Hank whispered, rubbing her back. I know. Chapter 3. The Hospital. Aaron couldn't tell if he was dreaming or awake. Nothing felt real, yet everything seemed a little too real. The machine beeped steadily behind him, its rhythm marked by a flashing light. His vision blurred, and whenever he focused on one thing, the rest of the world spun violently away. Shadowy shapes drifted past the doorframe, always too quick to catch. The room was neither bright nor dark, suspended somewhere in between. It felt like a dream that insisted on being noticed. His head throbbed when he tried to think, worse when he tried to move. He had never felt so heavy in a dream, like his body existed far away and he was only its distant pilot, the connection broken by static. Glimpses came and went, details appearing in sharp relief before dissolving back into nothing. His thoughts lagged, arriving seconds after he seemed to think them, like a terrible internet delay between his mind and his body. Did his body hurt as much as his head? Did he even have a body? He thought he felt one beneath a plain cotton blanket, but it was like remembering something secondhand. He wondered if he would be able to smell the room, or if he simply had forgotten how. He wondered if this would be forever. Time dissolved into fragments, hours or days, he couldn't tell, but eventually sensation returned. First, a prickling tingle like a limb waking from sleep, then cramps, agonizing full-body cramps that seized every muscle until he was stretched taut from every angle. His lungs rasped out only soft, pitiful moans, and his body convulsed. He drifted in and out of awareness, slipping through waves of pain until finally he surfaced with a hoarse cry. Nurses appeared, pressed something into his IV, and the world dulled again. He woke later to shouting, voices, maybe more, arguing near his bed or far down the hall. He thought it was about him, and then it faded, as everything did. In another waking dream, his sister Emily sat beside his bed, holding his hand and crying. She spoke, but the words never reached him. Still, her voice soothed him. He relaxed and fell back under. The more he surfaced, the more he caught pieces of the outside world. Doctors scanning screens, nurses scribbling on clipboards. He tried to speak, to ask what happened, but only managed silent motions of his mouth. His neck cramped when he tried to lift his head. Once he thought he raised his hand toward a nurse, only for someone or something to press it back into place. Then sleep claimed him again. Nightmares followed. He dreamed his soul was being drained, every shred ripped away in painful seizures. He didn't know if his body writhed in the bed only in his mind, but the torment was endless, his thoughts trapped in the horror of being pulled apart piece by piece. When he finally woke, tears streamed down his cheeks. He hated himself for crying. He called himself weak and only sobbed harder for it. Emily was there again the next time, watching him with worried eyes. He tried to speak, but managed only a broken grunt. "Hey, Aaron," she whispered, stroking his hand gently. "You're okay. You were hurt, but you're getting better. Just sleep now." And as if commanded, he did. The next time he woke, words finally reached his lips, slow, halting, as if summoned from across an ocean. A nurse leaned close, nodding patiently as he forced out the question, "What is happening to me?" "You were electrocuted, Aaron. Your heart stopped for several minutes. You're in the hospital now. Your sister's been here almost every day." She gave him a kind smile and left before he could manage another word. Electrocuted? His heart stopped? His mind reeled. Days passed? Real days? He counted meals, texts, visits from doctors who had asked him to wiggle toes or lift arms. To his surprise, he could. Hospital food, bland as cardboard, tasted divine after a week of nothing. Nurses replenished his electrolytes through his IV, telling him his body had burned through everything it had just to survive. Emily filled in the blanks. They'd been at the stable, an outdoor bar, overcast skies, a lightning strike on a transformer, the bolt jumped, or maybe the transformer discharged. The details were still unclear. Several people had been hit. All survived. Aaron had taken the worst of it. 10 days later, he was still left in the hospital. After she left, he tried desperately to remember the drinks, the laughter, any moment from that night. But wherever memory should have been, there was only darkness. Tears blurred his eyes when his favorite nurse entered to check his vitals. She smiled warmly, and his heart fluttered. Embarrassment flushed through him as he realized that she could see his flutter in real time on the monitor. He blinked, and for a moment he thought the lights might have flickered. When he looked back, Nina, the nurse, was staring at him, mouth open. He glanced around. Nothing else had changed. "It's you," she whispered, awe or maybe fear in her voice. "It's me?" he asked. She nodded once, then hurried from the room before she could say more. Aaron sighed. He'd always had a gift for driving away girls he liked. Apparently, that part of him had survived too.
Chapter 4. Intel. Liz answered on the second ring. "Hey, Nina, what's up?" "Liz, I know who it is. I know who the mage is," Nina blurted, voice buzzing with excitement. "Okay," Liz said carefully. "Did you talk to them?" No, Liz. He's cute. If I talk to him, he'll think I'm crazy." Liz pinched the bridge of her nose. "Right. Can I talk to him then?" She forced herself to sound calm. Nina was sweet, but... "What? No way. They'll fire me. I'm not even supposed to tell you his name is Aaron, and he lives at River's Edge Apartments on Valley Road, Unit 295. Nina beamed with pride as if she'd just won a medal for breaking confidentiality. "Do you have a last name?" Liz asked, still daring to hope. "I have a lot of patience, Liz. I can't just memorize all that." Liz bit her lip. "Fine. Can you repeat the address for me?" "Liz, I already told you. I'm breaking the rules here. Why didn't you memorize it the first time?" Nina's voice pitched higher with irritation. "Nina, please." Liz let her exasperation bleed through. Liz, I'm not allowed to tell you his name is Aaron, and he lives at the River's Edge Apartments, Unit 295. Nina huffed dramatically. "Thank you, Nina." Liz ignored the performance. "Do you know when he's being released?" "How would I know that? I'm not a doctor." Nina's tone made it sound like she was rolling her eyes. "Okay. Would you at least consider talking to him? Tell him about us. See if he knows anything." Liz's voice softened into something close to pleading.
Nope. Like I said, he's cute. I don't want him thinking I'm crazy. I'll let him think you're crazy. I'll meet him after you bring him in. Liz set the phone on the table, rubbing her temples. Nina's chatter still going on in the background. She waited for a pause and spoke into the mic. Nina, at least tell me when they discharge him, please. Yeah, sure. I'll let you know. Thanks, Nina. You're the best. Liz stabbed the hang-up button before the girl could say any more. Immediately, she dialed Hank, wondering, too. By the third, Liz was already muttering, Babe, Nina found him, but he didn't answer. Hank never let it go to 3 rings unless he was busy. Liz's mind jumped tracks. She texted Nina, Want lunch? What floor are you on? I'll bring you chai and a spring roll. Then she snatched her keys and headed for the Thai place. If Nina wouldn't talk to Aaron, Liz would. She wasn't about to wait until circumstances made it 10 times harder. Chapter 5, Secrets. Jake didn't want to be in class. He was dreaming of ways to escape. To cut school and head down to the river where he could cry in peace. Well, peace except the occasional homeless wanderer who sometimes joined from a distance, sharing the kind of tears only a hard life could earn. His mind was so far away that Miss Harper had to call his name 3 times before he even blinked. He looked up, startled, realizing the whole class was staring at him. Shit. What was she asking? Was it something about reading, a metaphor buried in poetry, some philosophical question? Jake wished he knew. He locked eyes with her and silently begged that it was just another nightmare. He glanced down to make sure that he wasn't naked, rubbed his tongue across his teeth to make sure they weren't loose or falling out, and whispered to the ceiling, Please, God. Jacob, you're needed in the office when you get back from space, Miss Harper said, holding out a yellow slip of paper. Jake froze. Did God just answer him? He rose slowly, wary of some cosmic trap. He stuffed his things into his backpack as the whole class watched in silence. The scrawny kid singled out again. He walked to the front, took the slip, and stepped out into the hallway. His chest burned with a flicker of hope that would surely be crushed, violently or gently. He couldn't yet tell. The walk stretched forever, his feet carrying him while his thoughts careened between hope and dread. When he finally entered the main office, he found the counselor, the principal, and a man in a dark suit waiting. The counselor beckoned him forward. Jacob, this is Officer Gent, she said gently, her voice sugared with concern. He has a legal order to question you. Jacob, the man said, his voice grinding like stone deep in a mine shaft. Detective Gent, you're not in trouble. No trouble. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Please come with me. The sound of his voice vibrated through Jake's ribs. Goosebumps crawled up his arms. His heart hammered. I didn't do anything. I never told on any of the other boys. Why is a detective here to see me? He wondered. Jacob, you have to go with him, the principal added, stepping forward to rest a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. Jake nodded, squeaked out a shaky, okay, and let Officer Gent guide him away. Both principal and counselor gave a small encouraging nod, but it didn't help. He followed Gent out the doors, straight to a black sedan idling in front of the school. The detective opened the rear door and waited. Jake hesitated, glancing at the man's hidden eyes behind sunglasses, then slid in without a word. A folder sat on the seat beside him. He stared at it, too afraid to touch it, until the driver's door slammed shut. Gent looked back. You can look, Jacob, the detective rumbled. Go ahead, you should look. Jake hesitated, then said weakly, okay. Part of him hoped that this was nothing more than a golden ticket out of class. Another part knew his life was about to tilt off axis. He opened the folder. Inside was a printed Reddit post. The username leapt out, High Sierra Sammy. Jake's stomach dropped. The post described a friend with a bizarre gift, the power to see through any images of himself, photos, sketches, even stick figures labeled with his name. It mentioned the infamous toilet video, explained how Jake would watch the viewers like changing channels on a TV. It was his secret life, written in vivid detail. Jake's breath caught, his chest clenched, time froze. He looked up and saw Detective Gant smiling faintly at him in the rearview mirror. "What is this?" Jacob asked, though he already knew. "I think you know what it is, Jacob." Gant's gravel-rough voice was calm, certain. Jake swallowed hard. "I don't think I do." He stared out at the blur of passing cars, wishing himself anywhere but here. "Jacob, I need your help," Gent said, still smiling. Jake said nothing. No one had ever believed his powers before. Not his parents, not his classmates, not his friends. Only Sam. And Sam had made him prove it 100 times before he ever accepted it. Jake had learned to keep it a secret. A strange gift from God, maybe. Perhaps compensation for a miserable childhood. A consolation prize for being an outcast, an abused kid, an unwanted child. "My help? What do you mean?" Jake asked as he flipped through the papers. The printout continued. "Hi, Sierra Sammy. I didn't believe it at first. He proved it over and over again. He can see through any photo of himself. It doesn't even have to be a photo, just a stick figure with his name works. Last year, some bullies filmed him dunking him in a toilet and put it online. It went viral, and he sees everyone who watches it. Says it's like changing channels on a TV. He's seen people shitting, people fucking. Mostly, it's just people staring while they swipe. If they look away, it changes to another channel." Jake shuddered. That's why people hold up signs with their tags and usernames now. He understood. "I think you can help me save lives, Jacob," Gent said from the front seat. His sunglasses hid his eyes, his voice still resonant and heavy. "You want to save lives, don't you?" Jake felt the words crawl under his skin. He read on. Sam hadn't used his name, hadn't given anything away directly, but it was enough. How do you know it was me?" Jake asked, his curiosity outweighing his instinct to lie. "Our texts are good, Jake," Gant replied. "We backtracked your friend's post, tracked his phone, cross-checked the times he posted and who he was with. Took less than 10 minutes to give me your name, birthday, social, and address." Jake's pulse raced. Pride, shame, fear, it was all tangled together, a storm he couldn't sort through. "What do you need me to do?" he asked. "I need you to help me find a terrorist," Gent said, his voice grinding through the car like gravel. Chapter 6. Home. Emily wheeled Aaron towards the hospital's front doors. He could walk just fine, but the staff insisted everyone left in a chair. Heat rushed to his cheeks as they passed the waiting crowd, strangers glancing up at him as if he was a broken old man. The second they hit sunlight, he sprang out of the chair and strode toward Emily's hot pink Jeep. He didn't even think about the color anymore. Barbie Wheels was just a part of their lives. Emily parked the chair by the wall and caught up, shaking her head. "How are you humiliated by a 30-second wheelchair ride, but not even a little embarrassed riding around in my neon Barbie car?" Aaron shrugged. "Easy. You're awesome, and your car's awesome. Nothing to be ashamed of." "But a hospital exit gets you blushing bright red?" She slid into the driver's seat, laughing. "You're hopeless." "I know," he smiled back. "But I'm free. Take me to Beefy's." Emily groaned. "The greasiest burgers in Rancho? You've been eating bland mush for 11 days, and that's the first thing you're craving?" "Bad habits keep me alive, sis." Aaron dug through the console with rising desperation. You know I don't vape anymore," Emily warned. Aaron slammed the lid shut. "What the hell, sis? Now we have to stop at the smoke shop. Do you know how long it's been?" "Yeah, Aaron, I know. And because I know, I'm not taking you to get a new vape." He tried the puppy dog eyes. "Not fair. Aaron, use this as a chance to quit. You don't need it." He glared, but didn't push further. Instead, he turned on the radio and flipped through endless ads until they pulled into Beefy's 5 minutes later.
Come on, Emily said, climbing out. You're not hiding in the car like the passenger princess you are. Aaron sighed, but followed her. He ordered 5 burgers. His card refused to swipe. He looked at Emily hopefully. You've got to be kidding me. She got out her wallet. You make more money than I do. I'll pay you once I get a new phone, he promised. She rolled her eyes and tapped her card. Why 5 burgers? 4, he said. One's yours. You're actually going to eat 4 burgers? Not tonight, he smirked. They took stools at the end of the bar while they waited. Emily faked a gag. Ugh, breakfast, lunch, and dinner tomorrow? You're disgusting. Genius, Aaron corrected. Not cooking on my last day of medical leave. You're off again tomorrow? Emily asked. I can't exactly work from the hospital, sis. What if someone from work checks on you? He stared at her until she raised an eyebrow. Sis, I was in the hospital 11 days. I got 1 text. It was automated. We hope you get well soon. That's it. Emily frowned. Corporate life sounds like a horror show. Welcome to my nightmare. Their order was called, and they grabbed the bag before heading back to the Jeep. Can we stop to get a new phone for me tonight? Aaron asked, hopefully. Sorry, I have to pack orders. Just overnight one. You'll get it tomorrow. Or you could come help me pack orders. I'd love to help, but... He smirked. You're an ass, she said, punching his shoulder. Ow, sis, injured, remember? Just got out of the hospital? I'll put you right back in. They laughed all the way to the car. As they pulled out of the parking lot, Emily finally asked what she'd been dying to ask the whole time. So, you ready to talk about your cute nurse friend? Aaron laughed. How long have you been holding on to that? She was cute. You talked to her a few times. I saw you both blushing. It's past time you get back out there anyway. I'll admit, she was cute, but I didn't ask for her number, and I only got her first name, so no date. You're such a coward. I don't hit on people that are paid to talk to me. It's one of my rules. Emily shook her head. You're decent looking, you've got money, a great job, even a house. You're the only person I know who bought property in their 20s. Leave it, sis, please. Why don't you live in your house anyway? She pivoted. I'm making double the mortgage renting it out. I want to retire by the time I'm 35. What about your apartment? Utilities only. Some girl owns it and lives out of state. I just collect her mail and occasionally send her a text with a picture of something. Emily gaped. Are you serious? You get to live basically rent-free and collect rent? How do you think I could lend you the money for your business, sis? Her irritation melted. Thank you, Aaron, really. I needed that. She sounded almost reverent. You don't have to thank me. We take care of each other. Aaron's smile radiated real warmth. She pulled up in front of his building and grinned. We're here, out, before I drag you to pack orders with me. He tipped an imaginary hat and jogged up the stairs with a bag of burgers. Emily only realized he'd taken the 5 once he was halfway up. You little shit, she called out after him. He never even glanced back before vanishing into his apartment. Emily shook her head as she pulled away. Chapter 7. Missing the Train. Liz closed her eyes and clenched her fists. Nina, you said he hadn't been discharged. That was less than an hour ago. He was still here when I talked to you, Liz. Nina shuffled foot to foot, wringing her hands in front of her. Guilty, even though she'd done nothing wrong. Besides, you have his address. Liz exhaled hard, the weight of her frustration escaping with it. You're right, Nina. You did great. I'm sorry. Nina brightened, bouncing a little in relief. If you want, I'm off tomorrow. I could go with you, she offered, eager to make it right. Liz tilted her head, considering. I thought the whole point of me talking to him was so he wouldn't think you were crazy. Nina's eyes went wide, like she'd forgotten that part.
You're right. I can't have him thinking I'm crazy. You talk to him. I'll meet him later. Liz shook her head but smiled despite herself. I'm leaving, Nina. Enjoy your lunch. I love you. Thanks, Liz. You're the best. I love you too. They hugged quickly, tightly. Then Liz strode to the elevators, her thoughts tangled in a storm, replaying every option, every angle. By the time she surfaced from her haze, she was already in her car, music blasting through the speakers. She didn't remember the walk, didn't remember crossing the parking lot. She gripped the steering wheel. What are you doing, Liz? What's the next move? She asked aloud, hoping the sound of her own voice would anchor her. She sat through the whole song, frozen in indecision. Then the music cut, and her phone flashed on the dash. Sweetheart, Hank. Hey, babe, she answered, her voice tight but softening. Hey, I saw you called. What's up? Hank's steady voice filled the air. Nina thinks she found the adept. He was at the hospital until about an hour ago. I've got his address, but she hesitated. I don't know what I should do. That's great news, hon. Do you want me to come with you? Yeah, that would be great. Relief slipped out of her chest in a shaky breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Where are you? I'll come pick you up and we'll go together. I'm at the nursery, but I'll meet you at home. 15 minutes? Not home. The apartment, Liz teased. We'll be home in just a few more weeks, babe. Hank's smile carried through the line. Not home. And maybe after we talk to the adept, we'll swing by the property again, take another look around, make it more of a home? His voice dripped with meaning. Oh, I bet you'd like that, Liz shot back playfully. Don't pretend you wouldn't like it too. Fine, after we meet Aaron, we'll go see the property. Love you, babe, Hank said, his voice full and warm. Love you too, Liz hung up, putting the car in gear and pulling out of the lot. Her hesitation burned away with fresh resolve. Chapter 8, Odd Teachers. Jake still wasn't sure if this was a blessing or a curse. He'd spent 2 hours trying to explain to Detective Gent that his powers didn't work the way the old man thought, but Gent wouldn't let it go. He made Jake explain again, then again with a metaphor, and then with an example about drawings labeled with Jake's name. Each time, Gent twisted the words into another version of the same argument. Jake wasn't using his abilities to his full potential. By the time their talk turned to an argument, Gent finally stepped out for a break, promising to grab Jake a snack from the vending machines. Jake sat alone at the desk, a folder of photos spread out in front of him. He slid them back and forth like cards. They seemed random, mostly people in their 20s with a few older faces mixed in. Jake stared at each one, trying to concentrate, but all he got was an endless replay of his own humiliation, clips of himself being dunked in a toilet, replaying in his mind on a cruel loop. I just can't see what I want, old man, Jake muttered. He picked up a photo of a pretty girl inside. He wanted so badly to help the detective, wanted to save lives, wanted to be a hero. But he wasn't a hero. He never had been. Jake put his head down on the desk, closed his eyes, flipped through mental images like channels, faces blurred by meaningless. Then something caught his attention. At first, it seemed normal. An empty room, a TV left running while someone stepped out. But then he realized it was different. The image moved, not a video clip, a kitchen. Someone was making a sandwich. There was no bad music overlay, no streamer commentary, just the scrape of bread and the shuffle of a body. The faint reflection flickered in the window, a ghost of a face. Jake froze. He lifted the photo in his hand. Amanda Knox, sandy blonde hair, a nose so cute it made his chest ache. The reflection in the window was her. Jake's jaw went slack. He wasn't watching her through a screen. He was there, through her eyes. She leaned against the counter, waiting for the eggs to boil. Jake could smell the steam, the sulfur tang in the air. He could smell flowers from outside, rich and sweet. He felt the counter pressing against her hips, the chill of the surface against her skin. This wasn't watching, this was inhabiting. He was a passenger in her body, feeling everything she felt. The door creaked, and Gent walked in, wide grin on his face as soon as he saw Jake. You did it, didn't you? Gent's gravel voice vibrated with excitement. Tell me where she is. Jake didn't even think. A kitchen? No, Jake. I need an address, a street. Gent's voice was almost trembling. She's just looking out a window. I don't see an address. Don't look through your eyes, Jacob. Move. You can go anywhere. Tell me where she is. Jake tried, and it worked. It was almost natural to slip free of her sight, though the experience shifted immediately. Gone were the smells, the heat, the textures. Instead, he drifted through the house in a flat detail, like a paused video game. Frozen images he could glide around, hollow and lifeless. Still, he pressed on. He heard the crinkle of a chip bag behind him. Gent was close, breathing heavily. Jake tried to tune it out, sweat beading on his forehead as the strain built. Then he found it. 1695, Jake whispered. Street? Gent's voice cracked, almost desperate. Jake pressed harder, the dull ache in his head growing. Closest cross streets, Gimbal or Mercer? I think Mercer, but I can't tell. The door slammed. Gent was gone. Jake's concentration shattered. He blinked hard, sucked in air like he'd been running. His temples throbbed with pain. But even through the exhaustion, his heart pounded with pride. He'd done it. He'd helped. And for the first time, he felt incredible. Chapter 9. Consequences. Ryland moved the familiar way between worlds, traveling threads he'd carved long before most people could fathom their existence. He had found each of these worlds, explored them, and brought his people to them over the centuries. At the time, he believed he was righteous, forging a bold new path. He'd brought civilization, science, and a deeper understanding of magic wherever he went. He'd given ordinary people chances they'd never had before. Duty had buried him so deeply he'd never had time for curiosity. The worlds he'd left behind lingered in his memory like fond ghosts. He remembered laughing faces, shared meals, friendships, forged under alien skies. In his mind, they all still lived beautiful lives in their homes with their families, in a tapestry of thriving cultures. The illusion had shattered over a decade ago when he had learned the truth. The Shapers hadn't been saviors. Their presence had always triggered a universal correction, a sweeping event that scoured the worlds of their life. It wasn't death in a traditional sense. There was no violence, no aftermath. The living simply vanished. Plants, animals, bacteria, every trace of biological life blinked out of existence, leaving only the chemical remnants of what had been. Those rare civilizations that had lived in perfect harmony with nature were erased without a footprint, as if they'd never existed at all. The process left behind effigies of tranquility, silent, perfect, and terrible. The only sounds were winds brushing across alien landscapes, the creak of shifting trees now frozen in time. The quiet ran so deep it resonated through the soul, a silence that seemed to press its weight into every living thing that dared to trespass. Even his own heartbeat felt too loud. Ryland had walked through these graveyards, tears streaking his face, heart heavy enough to break. Sometimes he found bodies, perfectly preserved, without microbes to decay them, eerie statues frozen mid-motion, eternal witness to the ends of their world. In the beginning, he had clung to hope. He imagined prodigies strong enough to anchor themselves to their reality, miracles who had resisted the universe's purge. He told himself that somewhere, someone was alive, divinely preserved. That hope died slowly as logic took over. Even if anyone had survived the purge, they would have succumbed to starvation or a collapse of their ecosystems by now. Still, he refused to let go. It was hope, fragile and foolish, that drove him forward. This trip, he brought a new tool, a survey pod, tall and sleek, designed by its friend at Sanctuary. It carried 12 drone tubes, each equipped with cameras and sensors capable of scanning entire continents. The drones launched with a metallic hiss, streaking skyward faster than the eye could follow. They could circumnavigate the planet in less than 24 hours. Ryland would watch them vanish into the atmosphere, then step back through the ways to repeat the ritual. 278 worlds. He had seeded every one of them with the Shaper's gifts, and every one of them was now silent, a graveyard. He could cover nearly 30 worlds a day once he got a good rhythm, his body burning through reserves of energy until he was forced to stop. The next day, he would retrace his steps, tablet in hand, to pull the data from the pods. Every scan came back the same, no sign of life, not even corrupted readings or hopeful blips to spark imagination, just clean, clinical emptiness. The weight settled deeper on his chest with every report. Another day, another world, another grave. He passed the 100 surveyed world mark on his 8th day of actual searching, after years of simply walking in hopeless punishment of himself and his ignorance. Ryland stepped through reality again into a sun-bleached plateau, the red cliffs of the horizon casting long shadows over the cracked riverbed. He tapped his tablet, waiting for the survey pod's interface to sync. 11 drones had already returned to their tubes, gleaming like dormant sentinels. The 12th slot was empty. A frown creased his face. He tapped the interface again. Drone 12, active, no return. The drone's last ping showed it hovering less than 10 kilometers away, but the feed was black. No error message, no telemetry, just a static void. Ryland slung the tablet over his shoulder and began walking, his boots crunching on the baked earth. The silence here felt heavier than usual. Even the wind seemed afraid to whisper. As he crossed the plateau, he thought about all the other silent worlds, all the hundreds of times this process had been boring, mechanical. A part of him wanted this to be another error, another fake spark of hope. But the dread twisting in his gut told him otherwise. He topped a ridge, eyes sweeping the landscape. The drone's beacon glowed faintly from the valley below, nestled in a grove of petrified trees. The sight stopped him cold. Half the drone's casing was shattered. Its cameras hung like torn eyes, and etched deep into the cracked ground beneath it, in a perfect circle around the wreckage, were strange markings. Symbols that hadn't been there. Something or someone had caught the drone. The world was supposed to be empty and silent, but something had been here. Ryland's heart pounded, a chill prickling his skin as he reached for the necklace where he had mounted the trinket that he'd taken from Mora. Finally, he whispered to the wind, voice both heavy with dread and laced with a dangerous flicker of hope. Then, on edge, Liz was already at the curb when Hank pulled up to the apartment. She bounced with nervous energy, grinning as she slid into the passenger seat of the old Chevy. She leaned in to kiss his cheek. "Love you, babe," Hank said. "Love you too," Liz replied, tugging on her seatbelt. "Where am I headed?" Hank asked. She didn't answer, just turned her phone to him, map open, route already marked. Hank chuckled and shook his head, pulling away. The apartment complex was only 15 minutes away, but the drive felt heavy with anticipation. "Deep breaths, Liz. Stay calm." He glanced across the cab and saw her leg bouncing nonstop. She inhaled deeply. "And out," he said, counting to 5 with her. She smiled nervously, legs still bouncing. "Thank you for coming with me," she said. "Of course. Tell me about him." "Well," Liz said, shrugging, "I have his address, unit number. His name's Aaron. Nina says he's hot." Hank laughed. "Not a lot to go on, but maybe enough." They pulled into a spot near the complex. Hank gave her a concerned look. Liz drew in another breath and squared her shoulders. You want me to go alone? Hank offered. No, we'll go together, Liz replied. He climbed out first and waited in front of the truck, smiling at her as she collected herself. She hopped out, light on her feet, skipping a step as she joined him. Liz, we're just talking to a guy who might be an adept, Hank reminded her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders as they walked toward the breezeway. Then he froze. A blue sedan idled in the spot down the corridor. The windshield glare hid any driver, if there was one. Hank's heart thundered. Was it Officer Dickhead? The thought alone rooted him in place. Liz followed his gaze and stiffened. That might not be him, she whispered, but her voice betrayed her fear. Yeah, Hank murmured, scanning the lot. He turned to Liz and gripped her shoulders. What do we do if it is him, though? She stared back at him. I don't know. Should we leave? Probably, Hank said, turning back towards the truck. Liz slid into the passenger seat without a word, shutting the door quietly. Hank moved around to the back, climbed in, and sat with his hand on the seat back, one hand on the steering wheel. He stared at her, mind blank. Do we wait or leave? Liz asked softly. He hesitated. Let's just go, Hank said. Come back tomorrow? Liz asked hopefully. Yeah, tomorrow. He started the engine and backed out slowly. Neither of them spoke as they wound their way out of the lot, both suffocating under the same unspoken fear. Chapter 11. Visits. Aaron was halfway through the last bites of his sister's burger when a knock rattled the door. It was sharp and angry, like the knuckles had a grudge. Grinning, he shoved the rest of the burger into his mouth with 2 fingers, chewing loudly as he crossed to the door. He tried to say something, but only managed a muffled grunt as he swung it open. An older man stood there, wearing an off-the-rack suit that just fit well enough to fake sophistication. Aaron's smile faltered. Aaron Peterson? The man asked, voice low and gravelly, like heavy machinery starting. Aaron nodded, still chewing and unable to speak, pressing his body against the edge of the door to block the view inside. My name is Detective Gent. The man flashed a badge so quickly Aaron barely registered it. Aaron raised an eyebrow, grunted again, and kept chewing. Would you mind if I came in? Gent asked. Aaron glanced back into his apartment, considering. He swallowed, then shook his head and mumbled, No. Gent's eyes swept over him, narrowing slightly as he took in Aaron's dirty Crocs, stained gym shorts, burger-spotted t-shirt. The detective inhaled deeply, like he was steadying himself. I have some questions about the incident at the stable a week ago. Aaron stepped out into the breezeway, pulling the door shut behind him. He nodded, still chewing. Perhaps it would be better to talk inside, Gent suggested. No, out here's fine, Aaron said, finally clearing his mouth enough to speak, a spray of crumbs punctuating his words. Gent took another slow breath. I was hoping you might share anything you remembered from that evening. Aaron shook his head. I woke up in the hospital. Last thing I remember before that was being at work earlier that day. He held his hand in front of his mouth, attempting to be polite. So you don't remember anything? Gent's voice rumbled, cutting through the quiet. Sorry, no, Aaron said. I thought it was an accident. We're still investigating. Gent produced a thick, overstuffed wallet and pulled a card out. If you do remember anything, give me a call. Aaron eyed the card before taking it. Sure, sorry, I couldn't help. Gent only grunted in response and turned for the stairs. As the detective disappeared into the stairwell, sunlight broke through the clouds, flooding the breezeway with a warm glow. Aaron squinted, then turned back inside, tossing the card onto a small table by the door. Chapter 12. New Perspectives.
Jake's world had completely changed since Detective Gent had shown him what he was truly capable of. Now, every waking moment was spent peering into the lives of strangers. His own life, classes, homework, everything faded into the background. If a scene became dull, he simply jumped to someone else. If he found someone interesting, he tagged them mentally so he could slip back into their lives anytime, no matter where they were or what they were doing. Jacob, Mr. Fletcher's sharp whisper cut through his trance, drawing every eye in the classroom. You haven't answered a single question on your quiz. Jake blinked at him, pulled back into the classroom like a diver yanked from deep water. He glanced at the blank test on his desk, shrugged, and shifted his focus across the room. Beth's test glimmered in his mind. She was seated behind him, but every answer was crystal clear. Jake smirked and began writing. Mr. Fletcher hovered, arms crossed, watching in confusion as Jake flew through the test. Question after question, each answer was correct, or at least as correct as the top student in the class had managed. In less than 2 minutes, Jake finished the entire test. He smiled at Mr. Fletcher, then slipped back into his private world, a half hour of freedom stretching out before him. He floated among strangers unseen. Jake watched people fall in love, argue in kitchens, fumble with groceries, and binge shows in their underwear. He followed his mom as she hummed while filling out some spreadsheet work, watched Sam doodle in art class, and peeked at Laura, the stunningly pretty girl from history, tapping her pencil in boredom. He saw everything, knew everything. It felt like a dream, like a fantasy come to life. The bell snapped him back. The sudden weight of his own body felt strange after drifting so far. He grabbed his bag and dropped his test on Mr. Fletcher's desk, smiling smugly as he imagined his name at the top of the high score list. His steps were light on the way home, half his focus on the sidewalk, half on strangers' lives. Before long, he was sprawled across his bed, grinning, his thoughts drifting to Detective Gent. Jake's vision jumped to Gent, standing at the door of a woman Jake had helped him find. She wasn't home. Jake knew where she was. She was out shopping, humming softly as she shifted through racks of clothes. Jake split his attention between her and the detective, curiosity gnawing at him. Gent turned from the apartment door and strode back to his unmarked cruiser. He settled into the driver's seat with a faint smile. Then everything went black. Cold black. Gent's smile remained, a gleaming slash in the void. Don't do that, Jacob. The detective's voice rolled through the darkness like thunder. The smile stretched impossibly wide. Did you think you were the only one who was special? Gent's voice was closer now, coiling inside Jake's skull. Did you think I wouldn't know? A blast of frigid air swept over Jake. His breath caught. He blinked and found himself back in his room, heart pounding. He exhaled sharply and froze. Each breath puffed out from him, white vapor curling in the air like smoke. The room was freezing, and so was Jake. Chapter 13. Getting Out. Aaron hadn't moved more than 100 feet in nearly 2 weeks. And with a full workday looming tomorrow, he needed to stretch his legs. He grabbed his headphones and phone, then paused at the balcony. His little fleet sat waiting, a bike, a skateboard, a longboard, and his one wheel. Each called to him in a different voice. The downhill streets around Rancho promised freedom, but the uphill grind back always sucked. He cursed himself for not buying an electric bike. With a sigh, he reached for the longboard, tucked it under one arm, and swung open his front door, only to flinch back. A woman stood there, hand raised, mid-knock, smiling like she knew him. Hello, Aaron managed. Hey, she said softly, then looked away, suddenly shy. He stepped back into the living room a bit, gripping the door. Did you need something? She bit her lip, eyes flickering up. I got your name from a friend? The flattery drained from him, replaced with unease. No, not like that, she rushed out the words. I'm Liz. My friend thought you might be... She faltered. Might be what? His voice sharpened. Liz swallowed, then forced it out. A mage? Aaron laughed, a sharp, nervous bark that died when he saw her flinch. Her expression stayed deadly serious. "You're serious?" he asked, throat suddenly dry. She nodded. "Look, Liz, was it? I'm a network programmer, not a magician. I don't know any card tricks, and I've never even read Harry Potter." "I don't mean a stage trick," she said, her bravado gone. "I mean real magic." Aaron scanned the hallway for witnesses, his heart thudding. "You've got the wrong guy." His voice softened as if he was talking to a child. "I have to go." "Wait, Aaron, please." But he was already sliding past her, longboard under one arm. He locked the door, nodded politely, and strode for the stairs. "Maybe just leave a note," he suggested before he turned to the corner. He didn't look back. On the ground floor, he dropped the board, kicked off, and let gravity drag him down the hill. Wind tore at his hair, cool and sharp. Only when he was safely on the street did he jam earbuds in and breathe again. He called Emily. She answered on the fourth ring. "I hope you're calling to apologize for stealing my burger." Aaron laughed. "Sorry for stealing it, not sorry for eating it." "Then you're coming to help me pack orders today, right?" "Still no." His grin slipped. "But there's this girl at my door this morning, total stranger. She knew my name." "Oh, scandalous," Emily teased. "Was she coming or going?" "Not like that," Aaron said quickly. "She thought I was some kind of magician. Maybe she wanted her panties back," Emily joked. "Sis, I'm serious. She was nuts." "You realize nothing about that sounds serious, right?" Aaron kicked his board faster. "She knew where I lived. She said I was magic, and she was kind of cute." Emily dropped the teasing edge. "Do you want me to come rescue you?" "I wanted you to know in case I go missing or something." Emily sighed. "Fine, at least give me a description so I can tell the cops more than crazy cute girl." Aaron groaned. "Mid, 5 feet, short hair, kinda punk, kinda cute." "Right, definitely brain damage if she was flirting with you," Emily replied. "Fuck you," Aaron muttered, though he smiled despite himself. "Seriously, what were you wearing? Maybe you looked a little too slutty?" Emily jabbed. Come on," he laughed, then sighed. "You're probably right. I'll drop breakfast by Saturday, make up for the burger." "AM, Aaron, not 10. Don't you dare weasel out." "8? I'm not even going to be awake by then. Take 10 or nothing." He hung up before she could argue. Aaron flipped to his happy playlist, let the bass rumble through him, and pushed the longboard harder. The rush of air eased the morning, the hospital, and even the strange girl with the gorgeous smile. By the time he cut through the park and let the board clatter over the cracked path, he had almost convinced himself she was just another dream. Almost. Chapter 14. Fumbles. "Liz, you met him?" Nina's eyes locked on her, wide and unblinking. She perched on the edge of the sofa like a bird ready to take flight. The group had gathered again in the same model home. Morgan paced the room like a metronome, sharp heels tapping against the tile. Nina fidgeted against the wall, twisting her bracelets until they clinked nervously. Hank stood behind Liz, his arms wrapped around her, chin resting on her shoulder. Adam leaned against the kitchen island, his arms folded, his expression unreadable. Jerome sat forward in the recliner, elbows on his knees, hungry for any news. Liz winced. Everyone but Morgan caught it. "Liz, you have to tell us what happened," Nina pressed. "Nina, come on," Hank said, trying to keep the air from sparking. "She had one job, Hank, and weren't you supposed to go with her?" Nina shot back, her voice sharp as broken glass. Hank tightened his arms around Liz in silent defense. "I'm sorry, Nina," Liz said quickly. "We'll try again. It'll be less awkward." "How awkward was it?" Nina leaned forward, almost falling over. Even Morgan stopped pacing, her anxiety briefly replaced by the scent of gossip. Liz shut her eyes, leaned her head back against Hank's. She tapped it against his once, twice, like she could knock the memory loose. "Liz," Jerome said, voice low but eager, "you have to tell us." Liz exhaled hard. "I flirted with him, I think. Then I told him he was magic. I'm not entirely sure if he thought I meant he was a magician or a wizard, and then he left. Well, sort of escaped is more accurate." Nina shot to her feet, bracelets jangling. So now he can never know that I know you, Liz. She jabbed a finger at her. Never. Nina, it's fine. He doesn't even realize he has powers. When he does, we'll be ready. Liz sighed, the weight of the failure heavy in her chest. So you gave him your number or email or something? Nina asked, hopeful. Liz winced again. Not yet? Nina groaned, pacing now with all the bottled up energy Liz had been carrying. Calm down, Nina, Hank said, forcing a smile. I'll go with her next time. We'll show him what we can do. I just don't get it, Adam finally broke in, his arms still folded tight. Why are we stressing over one potential mage? We're already 6 deep. What's one more? Jerome tilted his head, considering, then nodded. Morgan echoed with a tight, uh-huh. But when Hank and Liz shared a look, their eyes betrayed more than their words ever could. Nina caught it instantly. What the fuck was that? She snapped. Hank inhaled, steadying himself. We think Gent went to see him, he admitted. The room froze. Every head turned. Officer Dickhead? Adam asked with a huff. There was a blue cruiser idling in the lot by his unit, Hank continued. Couldn't see inside. He didn't see us either, or if he did, it didn't matter. He doesn't know who we are. Doesn't know yet, Adam muttered, shaking his head. Liz forced a brittle smile. Maybe it was just a beat cop following up after the hospital, trying to get more info. It doesn't have to be him. Yeah, that'd be our luck, Jerome said, dripping with sarcasm. Hank's voice hardened. If Gent was there, and Aaron's still alive, then he doesn't know Aaron's attuned. Not yet. That means we still have a chance, but not much time. That's why we're in a hurry. Silence settled like dust. Everyone stared at everyone else, searching for an argument, an escape, anything. So what's the plan? Morgan finally asked. Hank and Liz looked at each other, this time said together, a demonstration. Liz leaned forward. And we'd welcome your help if you're in. Adam's eyes narrowed. You need to know if he's talking to Gent first. If he is, you delete my number, delete me from your life, and never contact me again. I don't think you're taking the detective as seriously as you should be. Adam, he doesn't know about us, Nina said, surprising everyone with a flash of calm. If he did, we'd already be gone. Liz pointed at her. Exactly. Then why not start posting again? Adam shot back. Do what we did with the rest of us, social media, bring them in that way. Do you think putting our powers online again is less dangerous than meeting someone tied to the incident that may have been adept related? Adam opened his mouth, then closed it, shame flickering across his face. Hank pressed on. We can't blast ourselves across the internet anymore. That's probably what happened to Sam. His gaze swept over the group one by one. Liz and I will talk to him. If we can't convince him, we'll walk away. Deal? The room hung heavy with silence. Every face turned, each person hoping someone else would speak, someone else would object, but no one did. Chapter 15. Nightmares. Jake had nightmares before, ordinary ones, waking in cold sweat, convinced he was giving a presentation naked, falling from a mountain ridge into endless waves. They were bad, sure, but survivable. A bad night, a lost hour of sleep, and life moved on. This was different. Only a day after trying to check in on Gent, every time he shut his eyes, the smile was waiting. Yellow teeth that gleamed as if varnished in blood. Even awake, flipping through the channels of strangers' lives in his head, he'd catch glimpses of it, lurking between faces. Each time it flashed across his vision, he shuddered. He told his mom he was sick and stayed home. What was he supposed to say? Sorry, I can't go to school. A monster lives behind my eyelids. They'd ship him straight to a hospital. He'd wished desperately that he was still young enough to crawl into his parents' bed. He wasn't sure if he'd slept more than a minute in 24 hours. Each time his body sagged into rest, a smile was there to greet him. The voice, too, thunderous and cruel. He wished he had never met Detective Gent, never agreed to help him. By afternoon, he gave up. He sprawled on the couch, letting TV families chatter in the background. He drifted, seconds only, before the smile returned, closer this time, as if the void around it was reaching to swallow him. He jolted upright, heart pounding, and bolted to the garage. His bike clattered onto the driveway, and he pedaled hard, as though speed alone could outrun the images in his mind. It followed anyway. The grin flashed across his vision. He swerved, nearly eating pavement. At the corner store, he grabbed 2 energy drinks. He drained one before he even paid, killed the second outside, and tossed the cans into the bin. His hands still shook. He needed a way to block Gent out, to wall him off. 3 days with the detective had taught him more than 17 years alone ever did. But Gent was the last person he wanted inside his head. He rode down to the river park and sat at the shore, clutching the bike like an anchor. The water's rush eased him, but he wouldn't risk sleep, not yet. He pulled out his phone, searching desperately. Powers, magic, vision, the chosen, anything. The internet was a black hole of garbage and clickbait. It hit him after an hour of useless scrolling. He didn't need the internet. He had the world. He could find others. He just had to look. Jake drew in a breath and opened his mind again. The smile was there instantly, twisting towards him, teeth stretching into infinity. He forced it back, pushed his focus outward. I need someone who knows, someone like me. The grin receded into the background, still watching, but no longer smothering him. Faces appeared, hundreds of strangers, all ordinary. A man on his laptop, a woman cooking, kids playing video games. Nobody glowing with obvious magic, nobody hurling fireballs, nothing. For a moment, despair crushed him, but then he realized if anyone watched him, they wouldn't see magic either. They'd see a boy sitting still, staring at nothing. Trick, then, wasn't looking for the extraordinary, it was seeing through the ordinary. He thought hard, replaying his own moments of power. The toilet video, Beth's test, Kent's recognition. What gave him away? What should he be watching for? The questions tumbled through his mind as the river whispered nearby. His body finally gave in, his head drooping, and for the first time in a day, he slept deeply. No nightmares, no smile, just silence. Chapter 16. Bets. Aaron showed up at his sister's door at 9:48 sharp. A minor miracle. He had swung by her favorite bagel shop, grabbed a tub of cream cheese from his own fridge, and even picked up a jar of fresh jam at the farmer's market on the way. Balancing the bag, he pushed the door open without knocking. Hey sis, I'm here. I'm early. Don't give me any shit, he called. From down the hall, Emily's voice carried, sharp with suspicion. Early? Are you okay? I'm fine. Kitchen. He kicked the door shut behind him, crossed the living room, and frowned at the counter. Empty takeout containers were stacked in little greasy towers like some failed art project. With a groan, he pulled the toaster from the cabinet and shoved the mess into a new trash bag, making space. When Emily appeared in the doorway, he grinned. I think I know why you're single, he joked. Her eyebrows arched. Oh yeah? Enlighten me. You work every waking hour and never take care of yourself, he said with the smugness of somebody who already knew he was walking into a trap. Emily laughed, shaking her head. Bold words from the guy who spent 11 days in the hospital and still can't quit energy drinks. It wouldn't kill you to eat something that isn't from the Mexican place down the street. He shoved a bagel into the toaster and dragged the trash bag towards the garage. You better not say anything about the garage, Aaron, she called after him. He pushed past a wall of stacked shipping boxes, dumped the trash, and returned. Explain to me again why you can't hire anyone yet? Thin margins, she said, slicing another bagel. And it's not always this busy. Aaron turned on the faucet and started rinsing plates. I'm doing these dishes before I pack a single order, he said. I'd rather just have your help packing, Emily answered. Then learn to do your own dishes. You're disgusting. That's why you're single. Emily swatted at him, laughing. I'm sorry, are you dating someone new now? Did you find that nurse online? Aaron rolled his eyes. You know I didn't. I'm not a creep. What if I told you I did? Emily teased, all innocence. Please tell me you didn't. I didn't. Not yet. She smiled shyly. Aaron groaned. In what world is cyberstalking someone not creepy? This world, doofus. You don't get to call me doofus and then pretend you're the expert. He flicked water at her. Aaron, you haven't been on a date in over a year. I told you about the last date, didn't I? He smirked. You told everyone, she said, exasperated. She asked you to buy her a car and said you were destined to be together. She called you her soulmate within the first 5 minutes. Yeah, it was exceptionally bad, even by my standards. That's the point, Emily said with a mouthful of bagel. You go on bad ones until you stumble on a good one. That's how dating works. Aaron glared at her. And when was your last date? She waved him off. I'm busy. I'm busy too, he shot back. Working 70 hours a week and playing video games drunk by yourself isn't a life. I still go out. I still try. I work unpaid for someone else, too, Aaron countered, pointing his knife at the pile of packages in the living room. Technically, you're exploiting me. Maybe if I wasn't packing boxes in my free time, I'd have the energy to date. Emily's smile sharpened. Tell you what, if you message Nina, I'll let you skip packing orders today. The kitchen lights flickered. Aaron froze, glancing up. I'll even tell you what to say, Emily added, ignoring it. I'm perfectly charming on my own, thank you. He took a defiant bite of bagel. Uh-huh. I hate you, Aaron shook his head. Uh-huh, she echoed, grinning. Aaron chewed, swallowed, then smirked. Fine, I'll message her. But if she doesn't reply, next time we go out, you have to ask someone out at the bar. Deal, Emily said instantly. Chapter 17. Fate. Nina sat cross-legged on her bed, phone glowing in her hands, message open. It wasn't even a proper message, just a meme, some cartoon character screaming, "Hello, nurse," followed by a line that made her heart try to beat out of her chest. This is me shooting my shot, from Aaron. She'd been staring at it for 5 minutes, too scared to type anything back, too scared not to. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, frozen. If she replied right away, would she look desperate? If she waited, would he wonder why it took her so long? He'd figure out her chronic onlineness eventually, but did it have to be today? Her chest felt clogged, like every thought had caught in the traffic jam behind her pounding heart. The screen flashed again. Incoming call from Liz. Nina squeezed her eyes shut, breathed in deep, bargaining silently with the universe for a sign. She wasn't religious, not really, but she believed in signs, and this felt like one. She let it ring twice before answering. Hey, Liz, she said brightly, as if she hadn't just been spiraling. Hey, Nina. Liz's voice was brisk, businesslike. Just wanted to let you know, Hank and I are going to go to buy Aaron's place tonight. We're going to try not to screw it up this time. Nina's face twisted. She cursed under her breath. Liz, why are you doing this to me? Doing what? Liz asked, suspicious. He messaged me. Nina's words tumbled out, half whined, half confession. What? Liz's voice shot up, way too excited. That's great. Can you set up a meet? Liz, no. Nina cut her off, flailing a hand even though Liz couldn't see. You'll just make him think I'm crazy too. He obviously likes me. Maybe I should just, I don't know, go out with him, like on an actual date? Are you gonna tell him he's a mage? Liz pressed. A muffled sound came from the line, Hank probably yelling advice in the background. He's yelling at you, isn't he? Nina rolled her eyes. See? There is no world where you two don't ruin this for me. Nina, you wouldn't even risk telling him, Liz shot back, her exasperation sharp. No, but I'll get a second date. He'll trust me. When he figures it out himself, he'll tell me, because we'll have a real connection. Maybe it takes a month, maybe 2, but he'll be with me. He'll be one of us. Her voice shook, but her words came out with conviction. And if Gent finds him first? Liz asked quietly. Nina's jaw clenched, silence stretched until her teeth ached. Then your boy will be dead, Liz finished, voice flat. And you'll be single again. Nina muttered, I won't be single for long. Liz ignored it. Come with us tonight. We'll talk to him together. Another long silence. Nina stared at the message, still glowing on her screen. Nina? Liz prompted. Nina blew out a breath. Fine, I'll go, under protest. Great, we'll pick you up at 7, Liz said, the smile in her voice impossible to miss. See you tonight, Nina replied, forcing her own smile, though her jaw was locked tight. All ended, she looked back at Aaron's message. This is me, shooting my shot. Thumb finally moved. She typed a single word. Hey. No capital, no punctuation, casual, perfect. She wasn't going to let a crush throw her off her game. She'd played this dance before. By the time Liz and Hank showed up, Aaron would already be hooked. Hard? Sure. Impossible? Not for her. Chapter 18. Vuet. Roland's tears had long since dried in the dust of too many dead worlds, but his eyes still burned with the need to weep. He followed the drone's trail over the jagged mountain ridge, his boots slipping on loose scree as he half slid, half sprinted down the slope. His breathing was ragged, his body driven less by caution than by the desperate pull of hope. And then he saw it. Beyond the barren rock lay a pocket of impossible green, a grove of trees gathered around a lake, leaves trembling in a gentle breeze, water lapped at the narrow stone shore, alive with sound in a world that should have been silent. Where there should have been only dust and ash, life had taken root, or remained. Ryland's chest constricted. For the first time in decades, the silence of the dead world broke inside him. He staggered forward, splashing through a shallow stream that fed the lake. Each step quickened until he was running, reckless, stumbling, his heart pounding like a war drum. By the time he reached the grove, tears blurred his vision. On the opposite bank, half hidden by the branches, stood a cabin. Its stone walls looked shaped by careful hands rather than magic, its roof disguised under a living skin of soil and grass. The tall windows shimmered with reflected sky, denying him any view within. Ryland dropped to his knees in the damp gravel, overcome here at last with proof that the purges had failed, proof that someone had survived. "You took long enough, Shaper," a voice came from behind him. He spun. A figure stood at the edge of the trees, upright on two legs, but undeniably not human. Russet fur shimmered in the fading light, a white blaze down her chest, black-tipped hands and feet, braced in casual defiance. Her eyes were sharp, unblinking. His mouth went dry. He had walked this world long ago. He had found nothing but silence. There had been no one like her. Nothing like her at all. "Do you lack words?" she asked, tilting her head, ears twitching. The translator in his ear cracked, catching her regional dialect and rendering it into something he could understand. He shook his head dumbly, unable to force out speech. She snorted and turned toward the cabin, her brush of tail flicking. "I was hoping whoever came would be clever, maybe even kind. Instead, I got someone too stunned to speak. Typical." Ryland found his voice at last, clumsy with the translator lag. "How are you alive?" She paused, studying him. "Oh, so you do speak. Good." Her muzzle curled faintly, half amusement, half disdain. "I'll get my things. You'll take me away from this graveyard." She vanished inside the cabin. He remained frozen, mind racing. Words he hadn't spoken in centuries bubbled up unbidden, and he whispered them aloud, testing their weight. By the time she emerged, carrying a worn satchel slung over one shoulder, he had chosen them. "I am Ryland," he said carefully. "What is your name, survivor?" She stopped, eyes narrowing, and considered him in silence. Then, "My people were the Vuet. They are gone. I take their name, and I will live to honor them." Ryland's breath caught. He bowed his head, voice low. "Vuet sa un mek." The honorific came to him, an echo of another life. Her ears pinned back, anger flashed in her gaze. "No, Vuet tor sol." The words rang out in his own tongue, Leunt, the highest title the Shapers had ever bestowed, reserved for prodigies who bent the fabric of worlds. His title, long since abandoned. Ryland flinched. She saw it and pressed forward. "You think I didn't earn it?" Vuet's voice sharpened. Her arms spread wide to encompass the grove, the cabin, the fragile oasis she had kept alive through half a century of solitude. "You think I'm not a true Shaper?" He shook his head quickly. "No, you've earned it. More than most. More than I ever did." His throat worked. He remembered the creed she now recited, every syllable of it drilled into initiates. "We are the bridge between worlds. We are the voice of wonder and the stewards of life. We shape. We do not consume. We serve, that all may endure." She spoke with conviction, but her tone twisted, the words both reverent and accusatory. She was mocking him, mocking what he had forgotten. "I am every bit a Shaper," she declared, then she spat into the gravel, her eyes blazing. Ryland bowed his head lower, shoulders trembling. He had once embodied those words, before Mora, before the purges, before he had become what the others now called him. Tears welled again, hot against the ash-dry air. Vuet studied him, her expression unreadable. "Perhaps you can prove you still are one," she said at last, in his language, the challenge sharp as flint. "I hope so," Ryland whispered. He rose unsteadily, wiping his face. "Are you ready to go?" She did not even glance back at the only home she had known for 50 years. "Yes." Ryland reached for the fabric of the world, his power trembling in his hands. Space folded around them, swallowing lakes, trees, cabin, In an instant, together, he and Vuet stepped through, vanishing into the safety and judgment of Sanctuary. Chapter 19. Awakening. Jake's house was silent when he woke, his parents and siblings already gone for the day. Faking sick to dodge school had been the best decision he'd made in weeks. No chores, no lectures, no teachers, just him and the endless windows of other people's lives. He padded into the kitchen, feet dragging across linoleum, and poured the last of the lukewarm coffee. As he dropped onto the couch, the mug tipped and splashed down his shirt and lap. He hissed, shut his eyes, and pulled in a long breath. He told himself he'd clean it up later. For now, the quiet felt too rare to waste. He sipped what remained and let his vision drift. A woman appeared. Yogurt and granola, sweatshirts and cotton shorts. Her house was cluttered with boxes and trinkets. Her job, nothing magical at all. Packing orders, wheeling them to a gaudy pink Jeep, loading the cart while a tinny speaker blasted pop tunes. Jake snorted. "If you're a wizard, that's one hell of a disguise," he said. He flicked to another, a bearded office worker. Decent shirt and tie, jogging shoes killed the look. He made small talk with the receptionist, downed one coffee, poured another. The only personal touch in the entire scene was a mouse pad with some anime character Jake didn't recognize. Not exactly spellslinger material. Disappointment itched. He wanted fireworks, flames, lightning, something that screamed power, not this parade of the ordinary. Then came the couple. They'd been showing up in his mind. A guy in a beat-up truck, girlfriend clinging to him like a rom-com cliche, plants in every corner of their apartment, smiles in every room. Jake groaned. Gross, too perfect, too boring. He shut it all off for a moment, grounded himself. His mind buzzed with the fantasies he'd grown up on. Video games, comics, shows, firestorms ripping across streets, heroes lifting cars one-handed, villains bending skyscrapers. That's what magic should look like. He pushed outward again, and there he was, the bagel guy. Jake had seen him before. Bike, thrift store ride, plain t-shirt, forgettable face, the kind of guy you wouldn't even notice if you tripped over him. So average it felt offensive. Yet here he was, buying bagels. Jake didn't catch what was in the bag, but he would have bet his life that it was plain. The most ordinary man in the world. He exited the shop and unlocked his bike. Jake muttered, "Why do you keep showing up?" The man paused, looked around, no earbuds, no phone in his ear, just stopped, scanning like someone had whispered his name. Jake's stomach dropped. "Hello?" the man asked to the empty street. Jake blinked. "Hello?" The man twisted in place, searching eyes brushing past apartments. Then, with a shrug, he pedaled off. Jake held his breath until the image faded. He should have dropped it there, but curiosity itched like poison in his veins. He scrolled faster, chasing something, anything. Sam, his best friend, his only believer, sitting in zero period, quiz on his desk, head bent in focus. Relief broke over Jake like sunlight. "Sam, don't look up," he whispered, grinning. Nothing. "Sam, it's me, Jake. Can you hear me?" Louder now, almost desperate. Sam scribbled answers, fidgeted, but didn't react. "Sam!" Jake shouted, voice cracking. No flicker, no twitch, just silence. Jake's pulse hammered. Maybe he was doing it wrong. He thought about the bagel guy, the bike, the thrifted frame, the plain face, the bag of food, tried to pull him back into focus. Nothing. He widened his perspective, starting at the street that he'd last seen him on in front of the bagel shop. Split 4 ways. Pushed down side streets, cross streets, faster and faster, searching every possible path. 4 directions at once. A mile, 2. His mind stretched thin, frantic. And then, the smile. Gent's smile, wide, gleaming, impossibly close. Darkness at the edges of Jake's vision swallowed the streets, swallowed the world. "Hello, Jacob," the detective's voice rumbled through him. Chapter 20. Dates. Aaron pointed at his phone with a smug grin. "Sorry, sis. I've got to go." Emily rolled her eyes and shook her head. "What?" Aaron pressed, feigning injury. "I made the bet. Not my fault. Decent brother would stay and help until he had to get ready for his date.
especially since his sister spent all week babysitting him in the hospital. Emily kept sealing packages, but dipped her head so he wouldn't see her smile. I think we both know you don't have a decent brother, Aaron said, even as he kept packing envelopes. Uh-huh. They worked in silence for a minute before Aaron glanced sideways, voice softer. What should I say? Emily froze, then broke into a wide grin. Oh, you actually like this nurse girl. I didn't say that. I don't know her well enough to like her. You know her well enough to know she's cute, though, Emily teased. Sure, but that's not enough. What if she's got a personality like yours? Oh, fuck you, Emily lobbed a sealed package at him. Both of them laughed until their sides hurt. When they calmed down, Emily asked, well, what did she say to you? Aaron grimaced. Just hey? Ouch. Emily tried to soften it with a grin. Doesn't mean she's not into you, but 3 letters aren't exactly the start of a love story. Now you're the expert, Aaron muttered. I know her slightly better than you. I was awake for most of the time she came in. I was drugged, Aaron shouted. Emily chuckled. Just ask her on a real date, Aaron. So, not beers and pizza at the pub? Aaron! Her tone was scalding. Movies? Gross. No, do better. Dinner and drinks, then? There you go. Aaron snapped his fingers. The new wine bar in South Rancho, fancy enough? He already had his phone out. Perfect, but you'll need an actual dinner spot, too. I fucking hate Italian food, he said. Steakhouse?
Emily asked.
Biker's place? Half of the date would be deflecting guys hitting on her. Emily's shoulders dropped. Fair. Their food is amazing, though. If we're talking fancy first date options, it's either the steakhouse or Italian. Not a lot of choices in Rancho. What about sushi? Emily offered. Aaron recoiled. Oh, not on a first date. What's wrong with fish? I don't know, just feels wrong. I'm not trying to have fish twice in a night. Emily snorted and tossed another package. You haven't been on a date in a year and you're already planning the after party? I'm not opposed, Aaron admitted with a shrug. Not counting on it either, but hey, plan for success. When was the last time you cleaned your apartment, Aaron? Emily shot back. Aaron eyed the clutter around her own house. Don't think you're in a position to judge. The difference is I'm not bringing a guy home. Her smile turned wicked. Besides, boys don't care what the house looks like if there's sex on the table. Aaron rolled his eyes. I'm not planning on it, but I'm not against it either. Emily's tone softened. Cute how you're acting like she's already agreed to a date when the only thing she said is hey. Aaron ignored her, typing on his phone. La Travolta Calda. Dinner on me, whenever you're free. He stared, reread, glanced at his sister, then hit send. A heavy sigh escaped him. His phone battery flashed red. Well, what'd you say? Emily pressed. Aaron got up, hunting through a junk drawer for a charger. Just told her dinner's on me, first night she's free. Gross, you're going to seem too available. That's stupid. I am too available, and I have to eat dinner anyway. It's just a matter of where. Emily shook her head, smiled despite herself. Guess you'll find out soon enough if she's actually interested. Aaron plugged in his phone, setting it back on the table. If she's not, she just saved me $100. Emily softened again. Good luck. If it were me, I wouldn't pass up La Travolta. Food's amazing. I'll bring you a plate, Aaron offered. Emily smiled. Finally. Chapter 21. MIA. Liz called Nina for the 5th time. When the automated message cut her off with a voicemail full, she let out a hostile huff and clenched her jaw. Damn it, Nina, she snapped. Her phone's probably off, Hank offered gently. You think? Liz bit back. They both knew better. Nina's phone stayed on like a lifeline, and the idea of her shutting it down for more than a few minutes was almost laughable. Liz exhaled sharply, then softened. Sorry, she's so frustrating sometimes. Her thumb was already flying across the screen. They always shared their locations. Always. Hank pulled the truck up in front of Nina's condo. One glance at Liz's phone told him what he already suspected. She wasn't home. The place sat in eerie quiet. No lights, no flickering TV glow that usually poured from the windows. If Nina was within a block, some soap opera rerun would have been humming in the background. Where to? Hank asked, with a sigh. Liz scowled at the screen. She's at the fucking wine bar.
Vino's downtown? Oh, the new one in Southtown. Liz swapped to her Maps app. I know where it is. Hank waited a beat before daring to question, so do we go get Nina or just meet Aaron? The way Liz turned her head made the answer obvious. Right, we're getting Nina. Hank threw the truck into gear. Liz slumped against his shoulder. Sorry, babe. It's not a big deal, Hank smiled warmly. Liz drew a deep, steadying breath. I just thought she was actually excited this time. Hank squeezed her closer. The next 15 minutes passed in a companionable silence. When they finally rolled into the wine bar lot, Hank scanned for parking, plenty of open spaces. This wasn't downtown, but he swung close, just to the front, to check. That bitch, Liz hissed, sitting bolt upright. What? Hank said. She's with Aaron. Aaron, Liz was already clawing her seatbelt free. Wait, babe, wait, Hank called, sliding into a spot, pulling in crooked. Liz stormed towards the bar, fury fueling every step. Hank hustled after her and winced when she walked straight through the front doors without touching them. Inside, Liz ignored the hostess and scanned the tables until Nina's eyes flickered up and locked with hers. Liz smiled like a predator. Nina, she called, voice too bright, too loud, too happy. Nina's answering smile was thin and nervous. Oh, hey, Liz, she said as she approached. Aaron blinked between them, confused. You? Yeah, me, Liz said sweetly, extending her hand. Liz, I can explain, Nina started. Oh, you don't have to, Liz cut in, turning her attention squarely on Aaron. Did she tell you? Nina shrank into her chair. Aaron frowned. Tell me what? Hank arrived, sliding an arm over Liz's shoulder, and Aaron repeated, Tell me what? I'm Hank. He extended a hand, deliberately bypassing the drama. Aaron shook it on autopilot. Aaron, sorry to interrupt your date, Hank said with an apologetic smile. No problem, Aaron lied, tamping down his irritation. Meanwhile, Liz and Nina exchanged wild, furious hand gestures, a silent battle only close friends could wage. You know she hit on me, right? Aaron said finally, looking from Hank to Nina. Hank just smiled. We know. I did not hit on you, Liz shot back. Aaron leaned away. You kind of did. I didn't. Oh, okay, Aaron said quickly, just wanting out. I'll grab chairs, Hank said, kissing Liz's cheek. You can take mine, Aaron said, already rising. No, Liz and Nina snapped in unison. They glared at each other. That was enough for Aaron. Nina, I had fun, but whatever this is, I'm not into it, sorry. He squeezed past Liz and headed out. By the time Hank returned with a chair, Aaron was gone. What happened? He asked innocently. She did, Nina pointed at Liz. Liz rolled her eyes. Nina, you told us you wanted to do this as a team, Hank said, easing into his seat. Of course you'd take her side, Nina shot back. You're basically married. Well, I am right, Liz muttered. Hank rubbed her shoulders gently. Liz's face shifted as the weight of it hit her. She realized how badly she'd just blown it. See, Nina snapped. Not always right. Tears pricked Liz's eyes. Fuck, she whispered. Nina, we're sorry we ruined your date, Hank said softly. Nina inhaled, then let it go. It's fine. It's not fine. We should have trusted you. Hank gave Liz's shoulder another squeeze. Liz finally wilted, dropping into the empty chair. Hank's right, Nina. I'm sorry. Chapter 22. Scared in the Dark. Jake clutched the sides of his head, rocking back and forth. Nothing remained but the chilling dark and the gleaming inhuman smile. The voice that filled him wasn't a voice at all, more a guttural vibration that rattled through his bones, reverberating like a storm beneath his skin. The vision hung at a distance but pressed closer with every heartbeat, as if drawn towards him. Panic hijacked his mind. His body stayed rigid, but his consciousness scattered in 20 directions at once. Like startled birds, each fragment sought escape, only to be herded back, corralled as if by wolves into the prison of his true self. And there was something else, lurking beyond the black, tethered to him, yet apart, a shape he couldn't quite see or grasp. It felt like a part of him lost outside his body, pacing, calling to the hidden thing, even as Gent's rumbling maw surged closer. Nothing answered. The smile bore down. Jake's chest locked, lungs refusing to work. Terror froze him in place until the moment itself froze within him. Time stuttered. Everything halted. At first, it was only Jake and his fear. stretched into eternity. Slowly, he recognized that the presence outside him wasn't foreign at all. It was him, maybe the real him, something deeper than flesh or thought. The revelation cracked open his vision. What followed wasn't sight in any human sense, it was certainty, awareness. He saw Ghent in the real world, the detective's cruiser prowling towards his house, the same monstrous grin radiating outwards, resonating in Jake's chest like a brass note too deep to endure. And with that certainty came realization. He had been thinking too small. His limits had never been where he thought. He shut all of his eyes to the clawing dark Ghent used against him. Not blinked, but changed, reframed. The nightmare dissolved into something thin, transparent, a watermark, not the truth. A warning that Ghent was near. Jake adjusted the opacity like a filter, dialing it back until the menace seemed almost laughable. It wasn't power, it was theater, deception, and he didn't have to play along. Excitement surged. For a heartbeat, he felt godlike, as though he were editing reality itself. He twisted the rules of the perception Ghent forced on him further. Power now appeared as luminous fields of color and motion, a language written in light. He couldn't yet read it, but he knew he would eventually. Subconsciously, he began to understand. He gave himself more, an awareness of every presence, every shift around him, a sense map of the world. It was overwhelming, but from this strange deep place, he tuned it like an instrument until it fit. He played there for what felt like forever, saw the cost of his powers, the reservoir within him, the drain each use carved from it. He hadn't even touched the surface before. Then he snapped back. The understanding spilled away like water cusped in his hands, most lost, some held, some etched into him forever. Ghent's cruiser screeched to a halt in front of his house. Jake saw him storm to the front door, saw through walls and furniture as the detective barreled towards the kitchen, where Ghent expected to find a cowering boy. There was only an empty space. His eyes widened in shock. Jake answered with a radiant grin of his own, not in flesh, but in thought. Ghent turned slowly, scanning, realizing the truth. You can't hunt a seer who watches every move. Impressive, child, he said aloud, voice rough with grudging respect. But I'll still find you. He left as quickly as he had come. Jake's triumphant smile carried onto his real face. For the first time, Ghent's shadow tricks hadn't touched him. He stretched his vision outward, summoning dozens of lives at once. Ghent among them, but powerless to interfere this time. The city unfolded in him like a living circuit board. He flicked through strangers as if manning the control center of some endless game. His awareness spread across blocks, alleys, rooftops. He felt every detail. Butterflies over flowers, moles tunneling, the scuttle of rats in the crawl space, the sway of every breeze. His new sight was terrifying and beautiful. Chapter 23, Misfortune. Aaron shoved the door to his sister's house open and shouted, "Emily, I'm never dating again." Emily was laughing before he even hit the living room. Card tables covered every inch of space, stacked with packages, labels, boxes, waiting for her relentless assembly line. That was the weirdest date yet, Aaron muttered as he slouched past, heading straight for the kitchen. Come on, the last girl you went out with sent you a cash request for gas, Emily said, barely glancing up as she slapped labels on padded envelopes. The cute nurse couldn't have been that bad. Honestly, she was great. Aaron hesitated. It's her friends that are insane. Emily rolled her eyes, unsure she wanted the details. She heard him open the fridge, sigh like it had personally betrayed him, and shut it again. How do you never have food? He demanded. Probably because you're always here eating it. Emily shot back with a grin. Aaron reappeared, already reaching for her phone. Can I use this? You're ordering food on my account? You know I'll pay you back, Aaron said automatically, thumb flicking through the delivery app. They both knew he'd forget. Emily shook her head but didn't stop him. What's wrong with your phone? Lemon, battery's already toast. Of course, Emily muttered. Fine, get me something too. What are you feeling? Thai, I guess? Aaron's face lit up. He tapped the order instantly, grateful for direction. Emily kept working, though her curiosity was clawing. So what happened then? Aaron slid a hand through his hair. I took Nina to the new wine bar. Things were going great. Then her friends showed up. That girl who came to my door and started in on the magician crap? Her and her boyfriend. Emily stopped mid-label. Wait, the crazy girl you begged me to rescue you from? Yeah, that one. Aaron waggled his fingers in mock mysticism. Emily huffed. Right. No, listen. 1 second, I'm enjoying wine with Nina. The next second, the crazy door knocker is back, spouting nonsense. I tried to leave, but my car was dead. Wouldn't even turn over. Ended up walking home. Emily's head snapped up. Aaron, that's 10 miles at least. Why didn't you call me? Aaron gave her a look. Phone's dead too. Wouldn't hold a charge. Left it charging all night. Nothing. Might be your charger, Emily offered. She got up, grabbed hers, and held it out a hand. Aaron dug the expensive brick out of his pocket and set it in her palm. Emily plugged it in, wiggled the jack, and waited. Nothing. Your car and your phone both die on the same night? Yep. Been on a bad streak since the stable incident, Aaron said, collapsing onto the couch. Emily frowned, unplugged his phone, then plugged hers in. Hers lit up instantly. Weird. She eyed him. You could have borrowed someone else's phone, you know. I don't know your number. What? Do you know mine? Emily rattled it off without hesitation. Aaron blinked. Well, you were always the smart one. I always wished for a smarter brother, Emily mused. Fuck you. He snatched up a pack list and a small box, pretending to help. Emily smirked and matched him. Okay, but seriously, don't make this a thing. Aaron's voice dropped, uncharacteristically earnest. I'm glad I've got you, especially when life is being this weird. Emily's smile softened. I know. Aaron shook his head and chuckled. Okay, Mrs. Solo. Chapter 24, Sanctuary. Vuette's facade of calm cracked the moment they stepped into the city. The streets pulsed with people. So many people, rushing about their lives. She hadn't seen another living soul in decades, and her memories of humanity had dulled to a ghostly blur. Now, hemmed in by strangers who neither noticed nor cared for her presence, her senses were overloaded. Tears welled in her eyes and she froze, paralyzed by the 1,000 impossible impressions hammering in her mind. Rylan forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes and placed a steady hand on her shoulder. There were no words for her grief, no language for the weight of years she had borne in silence, so he let the touch speak. The warmth of his palm, the firm reassurance of his fingers, they stood together in the stream of rushing bodies, unmoving for long, grounded minutes. Come on, he said gently at last. Let's get you away from the crowds. He clasped her padded hand and guided her forward. He pretended not to see the tears streaking down her russet cheeks, pretended not to hear the ragged, shuddering sobs she tried to swallow as they pressed through the throngs of people. The city itself was no less overwhelming. Sanctuary was an impossible quilt stitched from 10,000 worlds. Skyscrapers sprawled towards the heavens beside leaning shacks cobbled together from scraps. Towering crystals caught and refracted sunlight with no visible entrances, while colossal steel and stone structures grew like living things into the shape of ships that might sail stars rather than seas. And the people? No, not people, not only people. There was no majority race here, no single tribe or culture in dominance. Humanity was but one thread among countless others. Vuette clutched Ryland's hand like a child's toy, her anchor against the night. Monsters walked freely here. No one flinched. No one screamed. To the citizens of Sanctuary, wonder and horror were simply the ordinary. Ryland drew her past wonders without pause, creatures that towered like buildings, others as delicate and small as insects. Vendor stalls peddling goods from worlds long lost, doorways that opened into nothing and yet swallowed customers whole. By the time they reached their destination, Vuette's senses had surrendered entirely. The gentle squeeze of his hand before each turn was the only signal she could comprehend. They entered a cavernous hangar littered with scattered work tables. Only one occupant bent over a project, a massive shelled being, its 4 lower limbs planted firmly on the ground, its 4 upper arms manipulating shards of steel and glass into something more technological than magical. Vuette's gaze climbed slowly from its insectile mandibles to its faceted eyes, black and gleaming like carved onyx. The creature clicked and chittered its greeting, claws never slowing their work. All weather is good after a life in the storm, my friend, Ryland said. Vuette's gift, half forgotten until this moment, translated the layered tones into meaning. Ryland, Walker of Worlds, the being intoned. What brings you to Sanctuary again? Tugged Vuette gently forward. Another wanderer, he said. The creature reared slightly, peering down at her, mandibles clacking. Not wanderer, survivor. Its claws stilled, bits of metal clattered forgotten to the table. The glow of its shell dimmed the daylight itself, casting the hangar into unnatural twilight. Vuette flinched, but Ryland's grip tightened. Not cruelly, but unyielding. She has no papers, no pass, no passage, the creature said. She will, Ryland answered firmly. I'll provide what she needs. The being released a resonant hum, not sound exactly, but vibration, a tone that wrapped itself through Vuette's body. She gasped as her flesh, her soul, attuned to it. Ryland? She cried, wrenching at his hand. What's happening to me? He's erasing the mark of your world, Ryland said softly, attuning you to this one so you'll never be lost again. Vuette steadied herself and looked at him anew. As the resonance reshaped her core, she felt her soul shift, tethering itself to Sanctuary. Recognition struck in her. This was no ordinary trick. It was deep magic, the kind her ancestors whispered of, stepping beyond the boundaries of a world, if only for a breath. You see it? Ryland asked. I feel it, she whispered, already exploring the new threads of power unfurling within her, some bright and clear, others ephemeral, waiting at the edges of her consciousness. It feels natural. But you are a wanderer now, like me. Her eyes snapped to his, fury sparking even as wonder lingered. I won't be a shaper. Don't let him erase my world. She tore free from his grasp, fists trembling. No, Vuette, Ryland's head bowed, voice heavy with grief. I erased your world. Her heart braced for rage. Instead, empathy struck her like a blade, sharp and undeniable. The sorrow of shared loss flooded her chest. She saw his pain, his burden, and felt her own reflected back at her. And so the pair stood together, survivor and destroyer, and wept. Chapter 25. Taking Me Seriously. Jake was past the point of faking sick days, but skipping school was still easy enough. With his powers expanding and Gent's threats burning in the back of his mind, he had motivation like gasoline poured on a fire. 3 mages tracked, 3 pieces of proof that he wasn't crazy and not alone. He still hadn't figured out how to talk to them, or at least not through his gift, but today he had a plan. At first Jake thought it would be simple. Grab a phone number, send a text, maybe even email them. But nobody just rattled off their phone number out loud. Nobody ever read their email address in full when they were logging into a website. Every time he hoped for a slip, he got nothing. So he changed tactics. If he couldn't reach them through screens, he'd do it in person. Jerome lived closest, 10 minutes on a bike. His shift at the coffee shop wasn't until tomorrow. Jake pedaled off in the cool morning, rehearsing lines in his head. Hey, I'm like you. We've got to stick together. There's a crazy monster hunting us. The words sounded good in his head until he was knocking on Jerome's front door and panic strangled him. He didn't even realize he was watching himself from the strange third-person vantage until the door opened. Jerome stood there, hair a bird's nest, shirt stained, eyes blurry with sleep. He squinted at Jake and then frowned. I didn't order any food, Jerome muttered, raking his hand through his hair. Who the hell are you? Jake opened his mouth. Nothing. Tried again. Still nothing. You're a terrible salesman, Jerome said flatly, and you look like you're 12. What do you need? The words tumbled out of Jake like a dam bursting. You work at Ground Zero Coffee, you've got an anime poster over your bed, and you can make colors in the air. Jerome blinked, not scared, astonished. Oh yeah? Do I have a teen stalker now? Jake flailed his hands. No, not like that. You're magic. I'm magic. Jerome's brows lifted, then he smirked. You should have led with that. Come in. Jake stepped into the living room, already familiar with every corner, every poster, every dirty dish. So you're psychic? Jerome asked, shutting the door. Jake shook his head. Not exactly. I don't read thoughts, at least. Not yet. Not yet? Jerome repeated, eyeing him as if he wasn't sure if it was a joke or not. Not yet, Jake confirmed with way too much confidence. Jerome dropped onto the couch, waving at a beanbag chair. Jake perched awkwardly on the edge, trying not to sink. So you're an adept too? Jerome asked. Adept? Yeah, that's what my group calls it. Magic? We don't like using the word mage. Jake nearly toppled off the beanbag. You've got a group? Jerome grinned. A couple of us found each other. You didn't know? Jake shook his head. I only found you and two others yesterday. You lived closest. Jerome leaned forward. How'd you find us? Jake hesitated. Farseeing? My friend calls it scrying. I can watch people, I guess? Jerome's expression tightened. How much have you been watching? Jake beamed. A lot, constantly, since you laid on the couch and lit up the room with your northern lights effects. Jerome dragged a hand over his face. You watched me all night? Yeah, you were the first. Jake caught himself. Adept. Jerome groaned but laughed despite himself. Kid, that's creepy as hell, but let's say I believe you. Jake sagged in relief. I just watched the lights, he said defensively. Jerome raised a hand, and the air above Jake shimmered. Blues and violets bled into one another in chaotic streaming waves. Jake swirled his fingers through them, sending ripples across the glow. That's awesome, Jake whispered. Jerome shrugged. Looks cool, but pretty useless, unless you're high. Jake grinned. It's not fireballs, but still. Jerome smirked. Not as awesome as spying on anyone, anytime. Before Jake could answer, his phone buzzed violently. Mom. He silenced it. Tell me about the others, Jerome urged. One guy can bend stone. He's a construction worker. Name's Adam, I think? Jerome laughed. He's already in the club. Jake's phone rang again. He winced. Persistent, Jerome noted. Yeah, she doesn't call twice unless Jake froze as it rang a third time, his gut twisted. I need to text her, sorry. He paced toward the kitchen, typing furiously. Jerome just leaned back, patient. I need to head back to school, Jake muttered. She's losing it. You really are in high school, Jerome chuckled. Jake gave a sheepish nod. You want my number for the next meetup? Jake's face lit up. Yes, please. He fumbled through contacts and his phone rang again. He answered this time. His mother's voice hit him like a freight train, panicked, furious, demanding where he was. Jake shouted back promises. He was safe. He'd be at his second period class. Ended in slammed words and a sigh as he hung up. I've got to go, Jake muttered, already at the door. Jerome gave a wordless grunt, recognizing the look of a kid stuck between fear and family. Jake was locking his bike outside the school when his stomach dropped. He'd never gotten Jerome's number. He cursed and reached for his gift, pulling his sight towards Jerome's house, and froze. Gent filled the doorway, his too wide grin stretching like a rip in the world. Jacob, the detective thundered, I don't think you're taking me very seriously. His hands closed around Jerome's throat. Darkness coiled, tearing muscle and bone like wet paper. In seconds, Jerome was gone, sucked into the tendrils of shadow that licked against skin. Jerome hadn't even had time to scream or realize what was happening. Jake could barely register how swiftly it had all happened. The monster licked his lips, smiling wider. See you soon, Jake. He strolled back to his cruiser, casual as ever. Jake shook, bile in his throat, terror in his chest. For the first time since unlocking his gift, he wished he hadn't seen a thing. Chapter 26. Gone. Okay, just calm down, Adam. Liz rushed across the apartment to stand beside Hank. Hank heard the panic in her voice before she even put the call on speaker. Adam's frantic words spilled out in a single breath. He's not here, Liz. We had plans. He didn't work today. He's not here. I checked every room. The door was unlocked. He never leaves the door unlocked. Not when he's high. He's paranoid as hell when he smokes. Okay, Adam, just wait for us. Hank and I are coming. Liz's voice matched his urgency, her thoughts tumbling faster than she could control. Hank shook his head firmly. Adam, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Liz isn't coming. Just wait for me, all right? What? Liz snapped, her eyes flashing. I'm going with you. You're not, Hank said, the weight of his voice leaving no room for argument. Liz blinked at him, stunned, lost. On the line, Adam exhaled, already in step with Hank's thinking. All right, I'll wait here. Just get here fast. Or maybe I could meet you somewhere else? No, stay put. We'll look around there first, Hank said. He snatched the keys off the table. Liz is hanging up. I'll call you from my phone. Liz's throat closed, tears threatening as she ended the call. You're not coming, Liz. I'm sorry. It's Gent. We both know it is. Hank pulled open the front door. So it's okay for you to go, but not for me? Her voice cracked. She wanted to chase him, to prove she wasn't afraid, but her feet betrayed her, rooting her to the floor. We need to know, Hank said simply. Then he was gone, the door slamming shut behind him. Liz stared at the paint like it had swallowed him whole. The tears spilled freely, rolling down her cheeks. Her hand drifted to the knob, but she couldn't twist it, couldn't make herself follow. Her chest heaved, breath ragged, until her knees buckled and she sank to the floor, phone clutched in one hand, the handle in the other. Minutes bled together. Her shirt collar was soaked before she realized she'd been sobbing so heavily, ugly and loud, unable to stop. She scrolled through the group chat, desperate for comfort. His last message blurred her vision with fresh tears. Jerome, you're all idiots. I love you. The words gutted her. She curled tighter, lost in grief, until Hank's ringtone jolted her back. She sniffed hard and answered. Hey babe, I'm with Adam. Hank's voice was calm and deliberate. What happened? Liz whispered, desperately. No idea. Jerome's not here. No sign of him. His car's out front. The place is messy, but not ransacked. Hank's voice was steady, but underneath it was something heavier. Confusion and dread. It's Gent, same as Sam. Adam's voice cut in, sharp with rage. We don't know that, Hank snapped back. You don't know that. I do. Adam's voice shook with fury. Liz flinched at the sound of their arguing, her breath catching. This is so fucked, Adam muttered. Hank exhaled slowly, grounding himself. Liz, I've got to go. I'll call you when I'm on my way home. The line went dead before she could answer. Liz stared at the silent phone, praying Adam was wrong, praying Hank was right. Her head spun, half-formed thoughts colliding. Nina, Morgan. They deserved to know, but what words could she even use? She dialed Morgan first, but the voicemail cut her off before she could find her voice. She hung up. Texted Nina, one ring, two, then her cheerful voice. Hey Liz, what's up? Hey Nina, Liz said, forcing brightness she didn't feel. Did you need something, Liz? Liz hesitated. Did she? Could she tell her? Just wanted to see if you wanted to come over for dinner tonight. Oh, sure, that sounds great. 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock. Nina hung up, leaving Liz holding the phone in silence. She realized she was still on the floor, back pressed against the door. With an effort, she pulled herself up and shuffled to the couch. She texted Hank. Nina's coming for dinner. Hank's reply came quickly, just a thumbs up. No words, no context. She stared at the single emoji for long minutes, trying to decide if it meant anything more than it did. In the end, she sighed, convincing herself that it meant exactly what it always meant, and nothing more. And still, she didn't know what to think or how to feel. Chapter 27, Plans. Vouette had poured every spare heartbeat of the last several years into Sanctuary. She had clawed a life from its chaos the same way a survivor claws warmth from a fire. She trained with masters, traded favors for knowledge, built a network of friends and acquaintances she could rely on. She hired tours to hone her gifts, mind healers to untangle her nightmares, physical trainers to strengthen her body and spirit. Specialists reshaped her limits. The City of Worlds had become not just her refuge, but her home, the home she had chosen. In her personal studio, the air smelled faintly of resin and old paper. She moved with quiet precision through a set of forms, claws flexing, muscles burning in rhythm. The wards shimmered faintly at the edges of her senses, a small ritual of security she clung to, even knowing they were useless. Their light bent, space flexed. Rylan appeared in the room. Vouette didn't stop, though her tail twitched with irritation. She had paid an obscene amount to layer protections against dimensional travel, but Rylan broke them every time. The wards weren't really for him. They were for her own sense of safety, a fragile wall of habit between herself and the emptiness she'd once known. Rylan, she greeted without looking up, still flowing through her exercises. This day for you, Vouette, he said plainly. I found it. Her hands stilled mid-motion. The man standing there held a place inside her as complex as a knot, the architecture of her rescue and her ruin. His declaration felt like it might have been salvation or disaster. I need your help, Rylan continued, his voice almost pleading. You could hire any tour you want, Vouette replied coolly. She wouldn't dismiss him outright, but she would not be a tool either. You can't buy trust, he said, standing where he'd appeared. Vouette began pacing, claws clicking against the polished floor. Why would you trust me? You know my goal, and you know the consequences better than anyone else I could hire. His smile was sad, wary. Should I refuse? She faced him fully now when she asked her question. Then I'll find another, he answered without blinking. Vuette's chest rose and fell. The city outside her window hummed with life, a chorus of languages, towers, and impossible shapes, creatures whose colors she couldn't name. This was her sanctuary. She had finally begun to belong somewhere, and yet she already knew her answer. You know I'm coming with you, she said, exhaling sharply. I wouldn't trust anyone else in my place. Ryland's smile deepened. That's why I asked. Her eyes softened with sorrow. How many worlds have the Shapers claimed, Ryland? Too many, he said quietly. Far too many. And when do we leave? Tomorrow or the day after, he said, bowing his head. Use your voice, Vuette commanded. He inhaled, then spoke. I want to use your world as the anchor. Vuette flinched. She had thought herself beyond caring, but the words landed like a blow. If he used her world, her people would be lost forever. No hope of restoration, even if he succeeded in his plans. She had accepted their loss, or told herself she had, but this still felt like a betrayal. Why? Her voice came out sharper than she intended. I want to honor your people, Ryland said steadily, and we need a world already purged to avoid more loss. I've never walked an empty world. My powers can't find them. Her heart beat hot and bitter in her chest. I'll select another, he offered. No, she said immediately. I am the only survivor, the only one who can speak for the lost. Use my world, but honor my people when you end the Shaper's march. Ryland crossed the space between them and wrapped his arms around her. I will, he swore. You'll be with me. Vuette closed her eyes and returned the hug, the warmth of his arms a small anchor in a swirl of loss and duty. Sanctuary had become her refuge, but it had not been meant to last forever. The power inside her and the ghosts of her people were already calling her back to another life. Chapter 28. The Cold. Jake shuddered as goosebumps rippled across his skin. Ghent wasn't a corrupt detective anymore, not in Jake's mind. Not a man with a badge, a desk, and some shady connections. He was something out of a nightmare, a creature that wore a human shape, smiled with human teeth, and walked into offices like a storybook villain playing at being ordinary. The realization had hit Jake like a truck. No law, no courtroom, no judges could stop something like Ghent. All the structures Jake once thought of as safeguards were paper shields against a storm. He wandered the halls mechanically, a boy on autopilot, while his mind watched a monster from far away. Ghent had returned to the office as if nothing at all had happened. Whistling a happy tune, sliding mail into bins, logging into his computer. To everyone else, he was just another man at work. To Jake, he was a predator playing with its food. At his desk, Ghent wore a wide, toothy grin that made Jake's stomach twist. Jake went white as chalk, but kept watching. He couldn't look away. Ghent flipped through files, nodded at coworkers, answered emails, ordinary gestures, hiding the extraordinary horror. Jacob, you look half dead. You're not supposed to come to school if you're sick. Go see the nurse, his teacher's voice cut through the haze like a knife. Jake didn't answer. He grabbed his backpack by one strap and dragged it across the floor as he left the classroom. His footsteps felt heavy as his heart. In the main office, he sat in one of the hard chairs, staring blankly until a girl behind the desk came around to tap him on the shoulder. She stayed well back afterwards, as if he carried the plague. Why are you here? She asked, already retreating. Nurse. His voice came out flat, a void of inflection that matched his hollow eyes. She scuttled away without another word. In his mind, Ghent was still at his desk. The detective's movements were exuberant, childish almost. Jake gagged, remembering Jerome's body being torn apart like a doll, muscles and blood devoured by black tendrils. Tears burned in his eyes as he slid down his cheeks as the school nurse crouched beside him, scribbling a note while she spoke softly. You're obviously not well enough to be back at school. I'll call your mother to come pick you up. No, Jake said quickly. I have my bike. I'll ride. He didn't even notice the nurse's alarmed expression. You just wait here while I call your parents, young man. He sat there trembling, stomach rolling. In his mind, Ghent turned his chair and looked directly into the invisible camera of Jake's far-seeing. Jake, I want to thank you, the detective rumbled. No matter how Jake shifted his perspective, Ghent's eyes followed him. twisting in his office chair, appearing almost silly. I was having such a difficult time tracking down the attuned, he purred. You found them so quickly for me, just when I was starting to starve. Jake sucked in a sobbing breath. The nurse's voice reached him faintly. He looks half dead. Are you sure? She asked whoever was on the other end of the phone call. Okay, we're going to send him home. Jake blinked at her as she hung up the phone. Your mother said you can take your bike, but you're to ride right home. She slid a slip of paper onto the counter and stepped back. Jake collected it and shuffled out. Jacob, Gent's voice followed him as he walked. How many more can you find for me? Are you going to make it difficult? If I took you now, maybe I could use your powers to find every last one and gorge myself on their spirits. Jake snapped his vision off. He couldn't stand the sight of the man, couldn't even bear the sound of his voice. He stumbled to the bike rack and landed heavily on his knees into the bushes, heaving until there was nothing left. His hands and knees dug into the dirt as dry heaves racked him and tears streaked his face. He felt helpless, scared, weak, worse than he'd ever felt before, worse than any cold. He could do nothing but follow the plan the nurse had made for him. He rode home like a ghost, shuffled inside, collapsed onto his bed. All he could bring himself to look at was the ceiling as he cried. Chapter 29. Blackout. Aaron was having a day. The kind of day that made him question whether he'd woken up in the wrong city, wrong timeline, or just the wrong damn life. His head was pounding before he opened his eyes, a hangover he didn't earn. He'd had drinks, sure, but not enough to deserve the punishment. His blood felt thick, pushing like sand through the veins in his mind. He told himself going to the office would help. Routine, normalcy, noise to drown out the hum that had been building inside of his head. Mistake number 2. Mistake number 1 had been waking up. The third mistake came when he clipped a concrete barrier leaving his apartment. The tire hissed, sagged, and deflated immediately. He didn't even bother trying to fix it. He just stared at it a moment, then grabbed his bike. He was already late. Might as well be very late. By the time he got to work, sweat clung to his shirt, and his pulse was beating in sync with his headache. His boss didn't greet him, just pointed at a chair in a meeting room. Senior leadership was already mid-tirade, deadlines, delays, Aaron's name floating around like a curse. The hospital stay earned him exactly 0 empathy. Just new deadlines, and we'll need to make up the difference. He sat there, nodding, a ghost in his own funeral. Then came the overtime talk. An hour of management speak wrapped around one message. Work harder, work longer, no excuses. By the time he reached his desk, the day had already beaten him. He opened his inbox, 1,100 unread emails. He started clearing them like weeds. Open, skim, delete, open, skim, delete. He could almost hear the minutes of the day dying. A few coworkers stopped by to check in on him, but they only wanted gossip about the stable. When he couldn't give them any details, they drifted off again. Even ghosts didn't linger long around the half-dead. Hours passed. The office emptied. His head still rang. When the server went down, he laughed, that bitter, broken kind of laugh that sounds too close to a sob. He fixed it anyway, because that's what monkeys do. Monkeys work. It was nearly 5 when the lights began to hum with the faint, sick flicker fluorescent bulbs get when they're about to die. His monitor joined in, colors bleeding and twitching. Aaron leaned back and rubbed the bridge of his nose, promising himself this was the last late night, the last coffee, the last everything. He made it until after sunset. The room was dim, his head a drumbeat of regret and caffeine. When his boss pinged him, "Can you move the project up to Wednesday?" Aaron just stared at the screen. His heart sank, but his hands went back to the keyboard because saying no wasn't an option, not today. He went for more coffee. 6 cups, 7? The number didn't matter anymore. His body was a machine running on bitterness and caffeine. When he returned, the monitor was flicking again. Harder now, pulsing like it shared his frustrations. His code crashed 3 times in a row. He cursed, rebooted, recursed again. Each failure hit him like a physical blow. He closed his eyes just for a second and wished he could sleep forever. When he opened them, the entire building was dark. No hum, no light, just the echo of his own breathing. He pulled out his phone. Dead. Not low. Dead. Had he charged it that morning? Or even if he thought he had, morning Aaron hadn't been reliable today. Every single task he'd accomplished had been through a foggy haze of automation that didn't need to be recorded in memory. He sighed and groped his way through the dark, hand brushing along cubicle walls and cold doorknobs until he found the back exit. The city outside was a shadow, street lights gone, buildings dark, just the dull orange haze of distant clouds. He murmured, "Great, whole grid's gone down to nobody. No lights for the bike either." But he didn't care, he just wanted to be home. The ride felt endless, the air thick and cold, the silence absolute, except for the soft whir of his tires on asphalt. He didn't even see the blackout stretching for miles. He didn't care what caused it. His mind was too far gone, the day too long. He reached his apartment, stumbled inside, and fell onto his bed fully clothed. The world stayed dark. He didn't dream. He just slept. Finally, mercifully. Chapter 30. Hunted. Morgan, Nina, and Liz sat together in the kind of silence that only exists when everyone's pretending something isn't wrong. Liz was trying desperately to talk about anything except the gaping void hovering between them. "So, how's selling houses?" she asked finally, and even she hated herself for it. "Liz," Nina said flatly, "you're being extra weird tonight. What's going on?" "Yeah," Morgan added, exchanging a knowing glance with Nina. "You don't care about houses unless we're hiding out in one." Liz felt the sweat pricking at her neck. "Nothing," she said too fast, too sharp. The other two shared a silent conversation made entirely of raised eyebrows and suspicion. Then, without a word, they began circling, slow, deliberate, predator-like. "I just wanted to have a fun night," Liz tried weakly, her voice climbing at the end, betraying her. "Liz," Nina said again, this time harder. Morgan took another step forward, her gaze narrowing to a knife's edge. "Jerome's missing." The words broke out of Liz before she could stop them. The room went dead quiet. "What do you mean, missing?" Morgan asked first. "He was chatting with us yesterday." Nina's expression softened slightly, but she stayed silent, waiting. "Hank and Adam went to his place. He never showed up. His door was unlocked," Liz explained, words tumbling over each other. "He never leaves it unlocked." "Liz?" Nina said gently, the warmth returning to her tone. "You should have told us right away." Morgan's anger didn't soften. "Liz, you know none of us just go missing. If Jerome's gone, it's because the detective found him." Her voice rose with every word. "You should have told us." "We don't know that," Liz said, the protest weak even in her own ears. Nina looked torn, her eyes darting between them. "Anything could have happened," Liz said, again, voice smaller than ever. "But anything didn't happen," Morgan snapped. "Dick had found Jerome, and now he's gone. And he's not done. You think we're safe? This is why we stopped showing off. This is why we stopped recruiting. Do you not remember what happened to Sam?" "I remember," Liz yelled, taking a step back, trembling. "But that's all it is to you, a memory." Morgan's words hit like thrown stones. "Another thing that happened." "Morgan, that's not fair," Liz shouted back, her throat raw. The front door opened. Hank stepped in fast, Adam right behind him. Nina instinctively retreating to the kitchen, out of the blast radius. "Another one of our friends is dead, Liz." Morgan's voice broke into a scream. "You can live in denial all you want, but it won't help anyone else." "Morgan," Hank barked, his voice cracked through the tension like thunder. "How the hell does yelling at Liz keep any of us safe?" Morgan glared at him, and then Liz, jaw set. "Nina, we're leaving." Nina hesitated, eyes pleading for calm. "I'm so sorry, Liz. Sorry, Hank." She followed Morgan out, shoulders slumped. The door slammed. Silence filled the apartment again, heavy, suffocating. Hank turned back. "You okay, babe?" "I'm fine," Liz lied automatically, her voice already trembling. "She's not wrong, Hank. I just..." Her sentence dissolved into a sob. "It's all right," he said softly, wrapping his arms around her. "None of us know what to do, not really." Adam cracked open the fridge and grabbed a beer. "I was just as mad this morning," he admitted. "Spent the day trying to figure it out with Hank. Didn't help much, but yelling sure as hell won't fix it either." Liz wiped her eyes, breathing unevenly. "It felt like I kept screwing things up." "That's called living," Hank murmured, still rocking her gently. Adam took another long sip. "Please tell me there's food. We've been running on fumes since sunrise." Liz forced a laugh and moved away from Hank to peek into the oven. Family-sized lasagna and salad. I hope it'll be enough for 3, she joked. Adam grinned. That smells incredible. You might actually save my life tonight. Then without warning, the lights died. The oven's hum vanished. Every sound seemed to fall away. The room was swallowed by darkness. I guess we're having a partially warm lasagna and salad, Liz said, voice flat, but with a tiny tremor of humor beneath it. Adam laughed first. Hank followed. A heartbeat later, Liz joined them. 3 exhausted souls, laughing in the dark because it was the only thing left to do. Chapter 31, Progress. Vuette's fur was falling away in tufts that drifted to the floor. Her body rippled beneath her skin, muscles twisting, bones cracking with an effort of change. She was constantly adjusting her position and twisting strangely to accommodate rapid growth. You sure this is necessary? She asked, her voice already shifting, less growl, more music. You'll need to blend in, Ryland said, tapping something on a data pad without looking up. Fair skin, human proportions. The world I seeded isn't exactly welcoming of the unusual. So, racists? Vuette muttered, wincing as her tail retracted into her spine slowly. Insulated, Ryland corrected. Primitive, easily startled. Her ears shrank next, slowly replaced by rounded human ones that felt alien to her own head. I could have gone my whole life without feeling startled by my own anatomy. That's progress, Ryland offered dryly. She gave him a glare that might have killed a lesser being. You've been saying that for 20 years. It's true every time I say it, he replied, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. Vuette rolled her eyes and shook her arms out, her hands still more paw than palm. I swear, Ryland, if this doesn't work, I'm haunting you through every dimension. He looked up then, really looked at her. If you can manage that, you have finally outgrown me, in alteration at least. That earned a small, bitter laugh, even as her skin continued to ripple, fur giving way to thin, smooth sheen. She leaned against the wall, half human, half creature, breathing hard. You've gotten better, Ryland said, tone gentler now. I've had practice, she replied, flexing her fingers. How long has it been since we started this? 2 decades at least? Closer to 3, Ryland said absently, eyes on the holographic projection hovering over the table. Sanctuary's calendar has a way of making time feel negotiable. Vuette tilted her head. You mean the constant experiments, explosions, and impossible errands made you lose track? He chuckled softly. Something like that. They both fell silent for a time, the hum of their machinery and the faint whisper of transformation filling the space. Vuette finally spoke again, quieter. Do you ever think we're the only ones who even remember what we're doing and why we're doing it? Ryland didn't answer immediately. I think that's the cost of working in theory, he said at last. Everyone else deals in results, especially the shapers. Her fur was nearly gone. The patches of exposed skin gleamed under the workshop lights, thin, luminous, more human than she'd expected. You make it sound noble, she said, half amused, half bitter. He set the datapad aside and leaned on the table, studying her. You've been by my side through every failure, Vuette. That's more than noble. He laughed softly. Flattery won't make me forgive you for ignoring me the last time the lab caught fire. It was a controlled combustion. It burned my eyebrows off. You're growing new ones now, Ryland said, utterly serious. Vuette snorted. You're impossible. And yet, you're still here. Her movements slowed as the changes settled. Her shoulders narrower, her neck longer, her tail gone completely. She stretched, testing the new balance in her weight. Her hands still bore the faint three-toed structure of her kind, her feet padded and wide, but the rest of her looked human enough to pass in dim light. Almost, Ryland said. The hands especially. Humans notice hands. I'll keep them gloved. Good shoes for the feet. Clothing mandatory there. It's social expectation more than law. Humans sound exhausting. Humans are exhausting. Then you'll fit right in, Ryland said. Vuette rolled her shoulders and stretched again. I still don't understand why you're making me do this now. Because we're close, Ryland said, voice distant. Closer than we've ever been. The shield is nearly ready. The calibrations are stable. The next test requires a world like theirs. dense, woven magic hidden beneath a veneer of science. She turned toward him. You already found it? He nodded. Years ago, I seeded it for the Shapers to find. They'll think it's their own discovery. Years ago? She blinked. And you're only telling me now? Rowan looked suddenly older, more tired. You'd have stopped me. You're damn right I would have. Should have. Silence again, heavy, but not hostile. Fouette let out a long, slow breath. Then show me. I'll attune to it. You'll need me to know the way. Now? She smirked. You always said there's no time like the present. He hesitated. It won't be like Sanctuary. It doesn't have to be, she said. Nothing ever is. Rylan nodded slowly, his expression softening. You've changed more than your shape, Fouette. 15 years of living in your shadow will do that. He laughed quietly, shaking his head. You've surpassed my shadow. Famous here as I am. More in certain circles. She stepped close enough he could see the faint shimmer of her new skin, the ghost of fur beneath. Don't make me regret it. You won't, he said, her voice gentled, losing its edge. You've said that before. I've meant it then, too. She exhaled through a laugh. I'm gonna need new clothes. More than clothes, Rylan replied. Almost nothing from Sanctuary will pass there, Fouette frowned. You're joking. Sanctuary has everything. He pulled open a case, revealing a folded set of silver and black robes. Old Shaper garb. They'll suit our needs enough. Fouette grimaced. Those are hideous. Functional, Rylan corrected. Woven and enchanted. You'll thank me later. I'll thank you when they stop itching. He smiled. The magic is woven tightly. It'll be years before the Shapers find this new world. Decades, maybe. Fouette stretched her limbs again, feeling the strange lightness of her human body. You and your decades. 2 or 3 at most, barely a blink. Really depends on how you spend them, she said softly. He looked at her then, really looked, and his face fell. I'm sorry. Don't be, she said, straightening. Just be aware of your words. Her movement became more graceful, almost feline, despite the human frame. Rylan watched, impressed. You're adapting quickly. I spent a long time learning to survive, she said. The rest is just application. He nodded once. How long till you're ready? She glanced toward the window where Sanctuary's light shimmered through glass. If it's just passing, a few hours. If you want me to be human, she sighed. A day, maybe 2. Just focus on the movements, the speech. The rest will pass unnoticed. We'll finish preparations and go when you're ready. Then it's settled, she said, the last traces of fur vanishing from her as her skin smoothed. Tomorrow, we save the world. Tonight, you buy me dinner. This is hungry work. Rylan smiled. Chapter 32. The Dark. Jake woke to the sound of someone moaning down the hall. At first, he thought it was his mother talking in her sleep, until the bathroom light blinked out, and the world went black. He blinked. The air felt heavy, too cold to be real, too solid to be a dream. Then the floor fell away beneath him. He was floating, high above Rancho, watching as the electric lights of the city winked out one by one. Every house, every street, swallowed by an ocean of darkness. The kind that devoured sound, the kind that remembered him. All at once, he knew what it was. Ghent. Jake didn't want to find him, didn't want to think his name, but his mind reached out anyway. Something in him, that cursed thread between them, pulled taut. His vision cut through miles in a heartbeat, skipping over rooftops and rivers until it stopped above a blue-gray apartment complex on a mountain's edge. Ghent was there. Jake felt him like a migraine behind his eyes. Hello, Jacob. The voice crawled through his mind, slow and pleased. I hope you're ready for a show. Jake's pulse stuttered. He searched the shadows, but the detective wasn't visible. He was the darkness. A shape inside a shape. A grin waiting to happen. Jake's vision drifted towards a familiar building, an apartment he'd been watching almost constantly for more than a day. His heart nearly stopped. He recognized the layout, the color, the curtains. No, please, no. Inside, 3 people froze in fear. A plant mage, an earth mage, and the ethereal girl, Hank, Adam, and Liz. Jake screamed into the void. Run! Run, please! His voice cracked in the real world, echoing off the bedroom walls. He bolted upright, drenched in sweat. Run! Ghent's laughter slithered through the dark.
Too late for that, little mages. The temperature dropped like the plummet of a stone into a bottomless canyon. Jake watched from his mind's eye as the frost bled over the apartment windows. Hank and Adam stood shoulder to shoulder facing the door. Hank glanced back at Liz, fear carved deep into his face. Run, Hank whispered. Liz's gaze flickered to the balcony. Second floor, no escape. Then she saw it, that smile, pressing against the glass of the sliding door. Gent slammed into the apartment. The whole unit shuddered, walls and floors shaking from the blow. The deepest sound boomed from the front door. Jake clutched his hair, his own breath ragged. Please, run, please! Another crash. Wood cracked. The door frame splintered. Adam moved first. He grabbed a red lamp from the end table, his attunement flaring as the silica twisted and hardened around his arm, reshaping it into a jagged gauntlet that reached his elbow. Hank followed, breath steaming as a nearby snake plant shot upward in a burst of green, and then the door exploded inward. Gent stepped through, but he wasn't a man anymore. He was a shadow draped over flesh, a grin floating in the black. His eyes gleamed like wet metal in the half-light. The snake plant froze mid-growth, barely double its size, the green crystallizing into a white frost. Adam staggered back into the wall. Hank grabbed his shoulders, both trembling, both hopeless, small. Liz couldn't move at all. Terror had her rooted to the spot. Jake's tears blurred his vision. His voice broke into a whisper. Run, please, just run! Gent floated forward, feet never touching the ground. The air thickened, ink-black tendrils spilling across the floor and walls like oil in space. Adam yelled and lunged, but he barely took a step before the shadows reached him. They coiled around his body, twisting, shredding, peeling him out of existence. The sound was wet, wrong, flesh and soul being unmade. Gent shuddered with pleasure, his eyes rolling back, mouth split too wide to be human. Adam didn't even have time to scream. Jake's body convulsed. He fell to his knees, sobbing in the dark. Stop! Please stop! Please don't let this be happening! Then warm hands were on him, his mother's voice cutting through the terror. Oh, baby, what's wrong? It's just a dream, sweetheart. It's just a dream. She brushed his hair from his face as he shook, unable to answer, unable to believe her, because it wasn't a dream. The darkness wouldn't vanish. It just waited, smiling and brimming with malice. Chapter 33. Run. Liz's eyes locked on the living shadow that squeezed her heart like a vice. For a heartbeat that stretched to an eternity, none of them moved. The world had gone cold, but she barely felt it. Gent's monstrous grin gleamed in the dark. Hank stood frozen beside her. Time refused to bend until he did. Hank turned and shoved Liz hard toward the bedroom. "Ah!" was all he managed, before the sound was cut off in a wet, sucking slurp, the shadows swallowing him whole just as they had Adam. He was simply gone. Liz hit the floor, pain and terror snapping her into motion. She scrambled up and ran for the back of the apartment. The window ahead, a faint outline of moonlight cutting through the darkness. Nowhere to go, Gent's voice crooned behind her, slick, amused, and far too close. Liz didn't think. She inhaled sharply, reaching for the weightless flicker of her gift, the way she could turn her body into something less solid, less real. She threw herself forward, mid-breath, phasing through the wall and bursting into open air, 15 feet above the ground. The world slammed back into focus an instant before she hit. Her right foot took the full force, an explosion of pain snapping up her leg. Her knee caught rock, her shoulder slammed into a bush, and the pine-sharp branches tore at her arms and face as she tumbled. When she looked back, the awful smile glowed faintly in the window above, watching, waiting. Liz dragged herself out of the branches and limped forward, each step a jagged throb of agony. The air was cool, mercifully clean, but her body screamed with every motion. She stumbled across the parking lot towards the line of garages, half hopping, half crawling, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Don't look back, don't look back. But she did. Nothing. The dark behind her was silent, still.
She felt it, the creeping chill that always came before Gant appeared. The air thickened, the temperature dropped. She pressed her hands against the nearest garage door and shoved herself through, finding the weightlessness again, just enough for her to slip inside. She fell, dragged herself across cold concrete, wedged beneath a vehicle parked there. Her leg burned like fire, deep, pounding, relentless. She tried to pull it closer, but it refused to move. Her hands scrabbled weakly at the floor, leaving smears of blood and dirt as she pressed herself tighter into the narrow space she couldn't see. The air under the car grew colder by the second. Metal chilled her skin. Her breath trembled in uneven hitches as she clamped both hands over her mouth to muffle the sound. Tears slipped down her cheeks unchecked. Any moment now, she thought, the garage door would lift. He'll be there. She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed for anything, for light, for safety, for this to end. Time blurred, fear dulled into exhaustion. The pounding in her leg and chest began to fade, if only slightly, and in that shrinking, shivering space beneath heartbeats, Liz slipped away into unconsciousness. Chapter 34: The World I Chose. I walked beside Rylan through the sleepless city. The lamps above glowed the color of dying stars, dull, indifferent, buzzing faintly with wasted power. Filth collected in the gutters, paper cups and half-eaten food decomposing together in a slurry that smelled like neglect. The world pulsed with noise, but felt hollow, as if people who built it had forgotten how to live inside of it. Fouette wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air. For once she was grateful for her human body-dulled senses. "This place is horrible," she said. Ryland didn't disagree. "You've barely seen it," he answered. "I don't know if I want to," she muttered. Ryland sighed. "We have to save this world, Fouette. Not from itself. That might be impossible, but from the Shapers at least." Fouette stopped, watching a rat skitter between overflowing trash bins. "If you can't save it from itself," she said, "then why bother saving it at all?" "The Shapers need to be stopped," he answered. His tone was hollow. He started walking again, his boots slapping against the cracked pavement. "They destroy worlds because they can." They stepped from an alley into a wider street, and the light grew brighter, but no kinder. A few people hurried past, wrapped in blissful ignorance of the world around them. A man slept against the wall of a stone building, wrapped in a blanket that smelled like old rain and sickness. Around him, the glass towers of wealth reflected his misery, without noticing. Fouette stared. Why does he sleep outside when there is more than enough space next to him? Ryland's jaw tightened, because their society isn't built to care. Their pride won't let them, and their greed refuses to make room. There are good people here, more than you'd think, but the system they built feeds on exhaustion. It eats empathy right out of them. Fouette's eyes lingered on the man. How many live like this? "Countless," Ryland said softly. "A disease they all pretend not to see." He met her gaze. "You've never seen a primitive world like this, have you?" Fouette shook her head. "I've barely read about them. I didn't think it was this sad." He pulled her away, gently but firmly. "Come on, if you stay too long, it starts to hurt." They walked in silence until Fouette finally asked, "Then tell me something good about them. Anything." Ryland hesitated. His expression softened, though his voice didn't. "Even here, there are people who give everything they have to others. Teachers who feed hungry children from their own pockets. Nurses who work until their hands bleed. Artists who make beauty out of pain. They're the only reason this society hasn't collapsed completely on itself." Fouette smiled faintly. "So they still care?" "Some do," he admitted. "But caring here is costly. Their lives are built on sand, endless work, endless hunger for more. Their faiths are strange, little refuge. They gather in buildings, sing songs to invisible gods, and tell each other they're not alone." He paused. "Maybe that's the only magic they have left." "They worship gods?" Fouette asked, her voice filled with childlike awe. "I've read about it, but never believed people still did." Ryland's face darkened. "My world worshipped gods once, before we built the roads to others. Sanctuary has idols too, not statues, but power, knowledge, and comfort. Worship takes many forms." Fouette frowned. "But you know what lies beyond. You've seen more than any of them. Why lie to them or yourself about what's real?" Rowan gave a short, humorless laugh. Because truth doesn't comfort anyone. They need hope more than they need knowledge. Hope is the drug that keeps their world alive. Fouette looked skyward, where the faint glow of pollution hid the stars. Then at least they still have hope. That's something. Ryland said nothing for a long while. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, almost uncertain. They do love fiercely, I'll give them that. They make families, they sacrifice, they dream, even the broken ones. Sometimes they try to save others from breaking too. He shook his head. I don't know why I still find that impressive. Fouette smiled, but it was tinged with sorrow. Maybe because it's the best thing about them? She said hopefully. They walked until the high towers gave way to narrow roads and quiet homes. Neon bled into the distance. Ryland finally stopped, staring at the dark horizon. The Shapers will come, he said. They'll seem like gods to this world's people, and the people will worship them. And when the Shapers leave, this world will be ash. But they'll have their converts, lost, eager, and powerful. A cycle feeding itself forever. Fouette's chest tightened. Then why are we fighting at all? Ryland turned to her. Because someone has to, his voice wavered. And because I once believed every world could be saved. I just don't believe this one can. Not anymore. They stood in silence. The only sound was a persistent hum of distant civilization. Fouette studied him and then spoke softly. You're leaving me here, aren't you? Ryland nodded. You need to see them as they are, to understand them, maybe even love them. His expression hardened again. And when you do, you'll tell me that they're worth saving, and hopefully I can save them. Fouette's eyes went wide. Ryland, but he was already fading, slipping through the veil between worlds. The air shivered where he'd stood. Fouette clenched her fists, furious and heartbroken. I will haunt you, Ryland, she whispered, until you remember why you ever cared. Chapter 35. Escape. Liz woke shivering on cold concrete, her body aching and her mind blank. For a long, suspended moment, she didn't know where she was, or who she was. Darkness pressed close from every side, dense and absolute. Panic bloomed in her chest. She clawed at the air, at the ground, at anything solid, desperate to find space to breathe. The air was cold and stale. Something heavy loomed inches above her. Buried alive. Her breath came in sharp, ragged gasps as she tried to push herself free. Her fingers met metal instead of dirt, a smooth, freezing surface. The panic shifted, then slowly began to ease as her brain caught up to her body. Her memory returned in fragments, the running, the screaming, the fall, Ghent. She wasn't buried. She was under something large. Liz moved one hand and then the other, finding the familiar cold curve of a car bumper. She was in a garage, alive, somehow. Her right leg pulsed with sharp, stabbing pain every time she shifted, and the rest of her body burned with smaller injuries, scratches, cuts, bruises. The ache was grounding, a reminder that she had survived. She pressed herself upright, using the car for balance. Her legs screamed in protest, refusing to hold her weight, but she managed to hobble to the workbench in the back of the garage. The air smelled faintly of old dust. Metal tools gleamed faintly in the ghost light seeping through the cracks of the garage door. And beneath it all, she could feel him, Ghent, the same freezing dread coiled around her heart, radiating through her veins. It wasn't imagination, it was presence, his presence. She backed away from the door on instinct, her body trembling, her breath barely under control. Then she pushed. Her body phased through the workbench, through the concrete wall, through the layers of brick and air until she stumbled into the open night. The moon hung dim behind thin clouds, offering only the faintest light. The world was quiet, too quiet. Every sound, every shift of air felt like it could be him. She limped through the rocks and sparse shrubs, her ankle on fire with pain. Her knee throbbed where it had been slammed into the ground during her fall. The cold night air bit at her lungs, but she welcomed it. It meant she was alive. When she reached the end of the row of garages, she crouched low and peered into the dark parking lot. The silence felt wrong. Cars lined the spaces, but no one moved. No lights, no voices, just dead, sleeping world. Her body ached to stop, to collapse, but the memory of that grin drove her forward. She half hobbled, half dragged herself to her car, every sound amplified by fear. Her keys slipped from her trembling fingers once, twice, before she managed to press the fob. Her horn blared, the alarm splitting the night like a scream. She silenced it in an instant, heart hammering so fast she thought it might kill her. She slid into the driver's seat and jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine turned over, sputtering, then caught. She slammed the door shut, locked it, breathing like a drowning woman clawing for air. Only after she'd driven a full mile did she let herself start to believe that she was safe. Her knuckles were wide on the steering wheel, her leg throbbed with every vibration of the car and press of the gas. She couldn't think, couldn't process, she just drove. When headlights flashed in the opposite lane, her vision blurred, her eyes stung with tears she couldn't stop. The world smeared together, light, dark, pain, fear. And by the time she reached the old trailhead lot, she could barely tell how long she'd been driving at all. She parked crookedly across spaces, hands still gripping the wheel. Her heart was beating too fast, too hard. The adrenaline had nowhere to go now. It was just trapped inside of her, fuel that would not burn. She wanted to call someone, anyone, but her phone was gone. Or maybe she dropped it, maybe Ghent had it. The thought was too heavy to finish. So she curled into the driver's seat, one arm over her chest, the other over her bad leg. The tears came silently at first, then in trembling waves. By the time exhaustion dragged her under, her breath had evened out into soft, broken sobs, and the moon had already climbed high above the mountains, watching her sleep. Chapter 36. The Race. Jake's mother had held him for nearly an hour. She rocked and whispered and smoothed his hair while he cried into her shoulder until the sobs came dry and silent. Eventually he went still, not asleep, but pretending. He lingered a little longer before easing off the bed and slipping quietly out of the room. The house exhaled into stillness. Jake lay motionless, eyes open, staring at nothing. His heart thudded like it wanted out of his chest. When he finally dared, he pushed his sight outward, but only a little, cautious, afraid of what he might find. He hovered above the city in that mental space, looking down through a haze of lingering moonlight. The world below had gone dark again. Streetlights dead, windows black, Rancho swallowed whole by the night. He couldn't look at Kent, not yet. Even when he avoided the man, Jake could feel him, a distant pressure at the edge of his thoughts. He turned his gaze elsewhere, to the apartment that should have been alive with laughter and music, but it was a hollow shell, silent, colorless, and cold. Dirt scattered across the carpet from a broken planter, a red and white crystalline gauntlet lying discarded on the floor. The echo of what had happened still clung to the walls with oppressive silence. Jake's stomach turned. He didn't want to see more, but he couldn't stop. He blinked tears away and took a long, shaking breath. He needed a plan. He needed something. Instead, he found exhaustion. His limbs trembled with it. His mind fogged by it. Sleep hovered close, seductive and deadly. He knew if he closed his eyes, the dark might claim him too. He pulled on a sweatshirt and shoes, slow and silent, and sat for a moment on the edge of his bed, staring at his hands. He wished for courage, or maybe a reason to stop. But then he felt Ghent. The man's presence pressed in on him, heavy as a cloud, pulsing with glee. Jake hated that he could sense it, hated that he understood it. The detective's satisfaction oozed through the connection like oil through water. Jake didn't want to look. He had to. He forced his mind eye open to the man. Ghent sat in his office, the picture of normalcy. Eye straight, flashlight propped against a folder, flipping through files one by one. His smile was thin and hungry, curling wider with each new name and photograph. Jake's breath caught. He wanted to scream, but instead watched, frozen, until the detective stopped and stared back at him. "I guess it's going to be a race, Jacob." Ghent's voice slithered through the air, sing-song and cheerful. "Let's see if you can catch him before I do." The detective snapped the file shut. Jake's focus whipped to it. He tried to memorize every detail, the address, the photo, the name, but it all blurred together, like ink running in the rain. He didn't see an address or the name, but he knew the face. It was the man that had spoken to him through his sight, the man outside the bagel shop who he couldn't ever find again. He sent his mind scattering through the city, searching every block, every building, 100 eyes looking, none seeing. He couldn't stay still any longer. He grabbed his bike from the garage, the door open to keep from waking his family, and launched it into the dawn. Cold air bit his face. His legs pumped hard, faster than sense or reason. He didn't know where to go, only that he had to move. The first light of morning broke across the rooftops as he sped towards downtown, towards the bagel shop, towards hope. He didn't believe he'd get there first, but he had to try. Gent's cruiser was already on the highway, tires rolling with horrible swiftness. The city flickered back to life as Jake rode. Street lamps buzzed awake, signs lit up, power returned to Rancho, to everyone but him. His thoughts were fractured, 1,000 fragments searching for a man whose face was burned into his memory. Come on, each breath sinking with the spin of his pedals. Gent's car veered off the highway into a narrow neighborhood, one Jake knew too well. Jake swerved onto a side street, chest heaving, vision split across dozens of scenes as he searched the area. Every heartbeat felt like borrowed time. Then he saw it, an apartment complex. Inoffensive beige, just on the outskirts of downtown. Gent's cruiser idled out front, lights off. The detective climbed the stairs, calm as ever, each step deliberate. Jake skidded to a stop, dropping his bike in the middle of the street. His lungs burned, his eyes stung. He forced his sight into the building. Floor to floor, door to door, it was all strangers, empty units, dead ends, nothing. Gent paused halfway down the breezeway, his silhouette framed in the gray light of morning. He knocked on a door. Jake drew a sharp, panicked breath, the kind you take when you already know that you're too late. All the helplessness of the previous night flooded back into him as he stood frozen, waiting to witness the end of another man. Chapter 37. Waking Up. Aaron's eyes snapped open to a golden flicker of sunrise cutting through the blinds. For a disorienting second, he thought he'd overslept, but no. And he felt alive. No pounding headache, no dull ache behind the eyes, just light, breath, and clarity. He sat up and laughed quietly to himself, the sound startling him. It had been a long time since laughter came easy. He swung his legs out of bed, catching the cool floor against his bare feet, and finding it oddly refreshing. The coffee pot gurgled to life while he showered. The water ran colder than usual, but he didn't mind. It felt like a dare. The chill hit his skin, and instead of flinching, he smiled. He felt awake in every cell of his body. By the time he was dressed, the smell of coffee filled the apartment. He took a long sip, too hot, and he hissed through his teeth before laughing again. He almost checked his email, thought better of it, and checked the time instead. The phone screen was flooded with notifications, but he ignored them all. Later, he thought, today is going to be my day. The tire on his car was still flat, sitting there like a bad memory. He stared at it, shrugged, and then pulled his bike from the rack. The air was sharp and clean as he pedaled through quiet streets, storefronts still half asleep, morning light bouncing off of windows. He passed a few blinking traffic lights. Half the city was recovered from the power outage that had hit overnight. The ride should have felt long, but it didn't. He was gliding, legs pumping, lungs open, his mind clear. By the time he reached the office, he was smiling for no reason at all. Inside, the place was nearly deserted. A few screens still booting, the faint hum of generators filling the silence. Most of Rancho's team had stayed home, and the rest of the floor was ghostly quiet. He could hear his own footsteps echoing off the cubicle walls. It felt like he had the whole place to himself. Aaron dropped his bag, cracked his knuckles, and dove in. Code poured out of him, clean, efficient, confident. By noon, he'd finished everything due for the week. He leaned back in his chair, watching the little green check marks line up in a perfect row. No coffee, no rush, just results. He laughed again, softly this time. It felt earned. He grabbed a bag of chips and a candy bar from the cafeteria, ate while scrolling through and emptying his inbox. The power outage meant no new tasks, no interruptions. It was quiet work in a quiet world, and for once, that was exactly what he needed. By 5, he was done. Done. Ahead of schedule, on top of his life. He couldn't remember the last time he'd left the building while the sun was still shining. The ride across town was easy. The air was warm, wind behind him, the smell of pine and asphalt rolling by like a memory. He felt lighter than he had in years. "Emily!" he called the moment he opened the front door. She was buried in the couch, surrounded by half-folded boxes and the scent of packing tape. "How do you not have a cell phone yet?" she shot back, tired but grinning. "I have one." Aaron tossed it to her. "It works fine." Emily caught it, glanced down, and whistled. 200 notifications? Seriously? She tossed it back. He shrugged. "Let's go to dinner. I'm in too good of a mood to waste it cooking." "If you're paying, I'm in," she said, stretching. "Do I need to change?" He looked her over. Loose sweats, dust on her shirt, hair half tamed. He smiled. "Nah, you'll take forever. Let's just go." Emily rolled her eyes, but slipped on her shoes. "Something not too public then, please." Aaron grinned and held the door open for her. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm feeling lucky today." Chapter 38. Impossible Magic. Vuette had walked the human world for months. Her magic was only a dim echo of what it once had been, an ember smothered beneath layers of impossibly fine craft. Every thread of power, every ripple of energy was bound into perfect order. The world itself drank from her like a thirsty beast, stealing bits of her essence to feed its endless cycle. The structure of it was mesmerizing. Every current of life bound in seamless exchange, energy feeding energy in eternal rhythm. It was a masterpiece of design, a tapestry so tightly woven that even she, the last of her kind, could not slip a needle through its weave. She had anchored herself in 100 worlds before. She had bent their energies to her will, mended their fractures, even remade herself from the edge of annihilation. Yet here, every attempt to touch the deeper power was swallowed whole. Her craft, impossible by most standards, meant nothing against the artistry of this place. It humbled her. It infuriated her. Her disguise, at least, cost little to maintain. The human form she'd woven around herself felt thin and awkward but stable. And though she could not yet command the world's magic, it crept into her all the same, slowly, subtly, seeding her bones with its own quiet rhythm. She couldn't shape it, but it was changing her from within. It was a mystery she admired almost as much as she despised it. Still, her fascination was withering into contempt. The world itself was breathtaking, its skies, its oceans, its endless intrigues. But the people within it, they were blind. They prayed to invisible gods while ignoring the miracles they built with their own hands. They fought to survive while standing upon mountains of abundance. They idolized suffering and called it virtue. It was as if they had declared war on joy itself. And the more she saw, the more she understood Ryland's disgust. He had told her this world would test her faith. He had hated that he was right. She wanted to love it, to see its potential. But each passing day made that harder. Their world was magnificent. Its inhabitants were miserable. Even their magic, this perfect, invisible lattice of creation, had been reduced to nothing but background noise. She missed her true body too, missed the grace of her movements, the effortless power that came with every step. This human shell was dull by comparison, a sluggish machine of fragile muscles and bone. Ryland's continued use of his own human form baffled her. A Tor of his caliber could perfect every fiber of his being, yet he kept the frail shape, as though clinging to some relic of guilt or sentiment. None of it helped her find her way back to Sanctuary. None of it mattered, and she remained trapped. So she walked, because walking, at least, was motion. She wandered cities of towering glass, forests that breathed like sleeping giants, oceans that sang with living thunder. She watched lights flicker across skylines like constellations reborn, and she wondered why no one stopped to weep at the beauty of it. Not one person knelt in awe. Not one cried at the sight of the miraculous. They looked at their world and saw nothing, or worse, saw only the small rot on a perfectly ripe fruit. It was sickness, she decided, a blindness so complete it infected even her. She could feel it dulling her too, stealing her wonder by inches. She despised herself for letting it happen. "Ryland," she whispered bitterly to the trees as she walked the edge of the sleeping city, "you stranded me here, and somehow I'm lonelier than I ever was on my own empty world." The forest didn't answer. Only the sound of water filled the air, the soft murmur of a stream winding toward the sea. Fouette followed it, letting her bare feet sink into the mud, her senses tracing the heartbeat of the world. She reached out with her spirit, brushing against the threads of power beneath the surface, perfect and unyielding. A living mural of creation, so flawless it mocked her every attempt to touch it. She wept openly then, overwhelmed by its beauty and the pain of her own failure. Something wrong? The voice came from nowhere and everywhere. Fouette froze, scanning the trees, her pulse thundering. No one was there. She swallowed hard, trembling. The voice had followed her before, back in the long, lonely years before Sanctuary. She'd thought it would be silent forever. "You're looking too close," it said. Her breath caught. The voice always spoke truths she already knew but refused to hear. "You have to look bigger, further away." Fouette knelt by the water, splashing her face. The cold felt strange against her smooth skin, unfamiliar after so long with fur. The sensation grounded her. She took a long breath, then sat again on a fallen log, eyes closed, reaching inward. The tapestry of the world lay before her mind's eye, flawless and unbroken. Every strand in perfect harmony, a rainbow of power woven into a single eternal thread. "Too close," the voice repeated. She frowned. "There is no further away." "You're impossible," it said softly, and for once the words didn't sound cruel, faintly through her tears. "Yes," she whispered, "I am." She inhaled, letting the air fill her lungs, and began one of the meditations taught by the Master Tor. Slow, measured breath to 10. Release without count. Her vision swam, the world tilted and blurred until she felt the weight of her body dissolve. The dizziness gave way to calm, then clarity. She had been staring too close, at the brush strokes instead of the painting. Here, in the stillness beyond herself, she could finally see the broader shape, the contours of worlds, the layers beneath the masterpiece. And there, just past the horizon of perception, she felt it. Sanctuary's faint glow, waiting for her. Fouette reached out, not with her body, not even with her magic, but with her understanding. She didn't pierce the tapestry, she simply stepped back from it. The energies responded like a sigh, folding around her, pulling her through the spaces between the threads. She was home. The scent of ozone and starlight filled her senses as her feet touched the familiar floor of her chambers in Sanctuary. "Days," Ryland's voice said from behind her. "Not bad at all." Fouette didn't need to look to see his smirk. The pride in his voice said it all. Chapter 39. The Work. A decade of toil, Fouette. Ryland straightened from his desk and stretched, his joints cracking with the sound of long neglect. "The Shapers found our world. They're swimming over it now, studying it like ants dissecting a corpse." Fouette turned towards him, eyes widening. Her latest body, a deliberate compromise between her true form and a human one, moved with eerie grace. The fur on her hands and forearms was gone, leaving sleek, smooth skin. Her fingers, now finer and longer, danced with a jeweler's precision over the crystalline instruments scattered before her. Her face still bore her canine heritage, her proportions strange and elegant, her whiskers twitching as she considered what it meant for Ryland to see everything happening across a world. She said nothing. Some acts of power were beyond words. "They'll study it for another 5, maybe 10 years, Ryland said, voice distant. "Every detail, every variable, planning their invasion, weaving their anchors, mapping how they'll drink its power dry." He inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed somewhere far away, perhaps seeing the unfolding ruin in his mind. Fouette returned to her task wordlessly, a fragile glass housing filled with a dozen threads of glowing essence. Her movements were methodical, but her nose twitched at the sterile air of their lab. The scentless stillness unsettled her. This world between worlds had long stopped feeling alive. It wasn't her home anymore. Perhaps it never had been. "But," Ryland said suddenly, his voice hardening, "I need you to protect the children." She froze. "You want me to what?" "The Shapers can't know what I've done. They can't find a trace of our interference before their plan is in motion." He turned to face her fully. His eyes burned with conviction and something else, desperation. You want me to be human again? She asked, her tone half disbelief, half disgust. Ryland hesitated. The magic there is unraveling, less structured. You'll have more freedom to pull from loose threads of power. Vuet gave a low, humorless growl. Threads of power are not the oceans we command in Sanctuary, nor the rivers we weave here. Compared to the awakened of Earth, you'll be as close to divine as any being can be. Vuet's eyes narrowed. And you and I both know how quickly and certainly gods die. Ryland looked down. The silence that followed was heavy with old grief. Finally, Vuet spoke again, her tone quiet but certain. You know I'll go. This cause means too much to us both. She turned back to her instruments, pretending to ignore the pain in her chest. Ryland lingered. We could hire another, he said softly, hopefully. Vuet scoffed. Someone who doesn't understand our purpose, who will sell us out to the Shapers the moment fear outweighs loyalty? She shook her head. You're asking to buy betrayal. The Shapers are everywhere, Ryland. 10% of Sanctuary's people already bear their mark. They crawl through our streets like spoiled children. She clenched her jaw. In truth, the idea of leaving made her stomach twist. Every world she had loved, she had watched die. How many more would she be asked to bury? I have no desire to watch another world unravel, she whispered. I don't know what I'll do if this one fails. It won't, Ryland answered. Ryland's answer came quick, too quick. His certainty was the kind that dared the universe to prove him wrong. We'll end their corruption. This is how we fight back. Vuet only shook her head. You talk about inevitability as if it's a choice. Then let's choose, he said simply. She stared at him, seeing the cracks behind his confidence. They both knew the truth. Every piece of their plan was a theory. Hope disguised as science. Faith masquerading as logic. We should bring a seer, Vuet said finally. What would you do if they told us we were to fail? She glared. Would you give up? He asked again. You know I wouldn't, she hissed. Then why ask a question that changes nothing? Vuet wanted to argue, but words refused to come. He was right. Even if they assembled 1,000 seers, 1,000 Tor, all they would gain was endless debate, hypothesis without progress, division without action. We could try something else, she muttered weakly, already knowing the answer. Ryland's tone softened. Tell me what else we can try. You know I don't know. I do, Ryland said. He crossed to her, kneeling beside her stool. The two of us are doing the only thing we can. His voice cracked with the weight of belief. We're giving this world, and the next, a chance to stand against the Shapers, a chance to survive. We're fighting to undo my mistakes, to save one world. Vuet's eyes shimmered. A single world we set in the path of disaster, she murmured. Didn't see another way, Ryland said quietly. All I could do was make sure I had a chance. Vuet exhaled slowly, her shoulders trembling. They had fought this argument for years, cycling through every logic, every justification, every plea. Nothing changed. They were two souls standing against a machine that spanned hundreds, perhaps thousands of worlds at this point. A force too vast to map, too cunning to reason with. A force more powerful than a god. Even Sanctuary's brightest minds couldn't chart the full might of the Shaper's influence. I know, Vuet said finally, her voice small. I'm sorry, Ryland. I'm just tired. So tired. I just want this to matter. I need this to matter. Ryland rose and wrapped her in his arms. It will, he said. We're closer than ever, Vuet. Just hold on a little longer. And for a long time, she didn't answer. She simply leaned against him, her heartbeat slow and heavy. I'll hold on, she said at last, her voice almost a whisper, but I'm not sure how much longer I can believe. Chapter 40. Lost the Path. Jake stood in the middle of the street beside his bike until a car horn jolted him back into reality. He jumped, dragged the bike to the curb, heart pounding, frustration clawing at him. Bent had found another mage, was hunting him now, and Jake couldn't even locate the man. He knew his face, he knew his name. He had never failed to find someone before. Now he was lost, forced to watch from the sidelines as one battle after another ended in horror. Every defeat made getting stronger, and Jake could feel that strength coiling in his mind like a parasite. He had to find the next victim first. He didn't know why he couldn't. Was Gent blocking him somehow? Hiding the man? That didn't feel right, but Jake had no better answer. Every time he tried to focus on one of Gent's victims, the world turned black and cold, as if they still existed somewhere frozen in the endless darkness. The thought made Jake gag, bent double, vomiting into the gutter. Nothing came up except a thick, painful string of bile that clung to his throat and refused to leave. He coughed until he could breathe again, trembling and dizzy. He wiped his mouth, trying to think straight. He'd run away after another nightmare. He hadn't eaten, hadn't slept, hadn't gone to class in days. A police detective turned monster was murdering people across the city, and he was the only one who knew. The only one who could even see what was happening. And Gent, smiling, immortal, unstoppable, was hunting him too. Jake's mind flickered through faces faster than he could breathe. Who could help him? Who had power enough to matter? He didn't even know where to start. Then an image locked into focus. Liz, the woman from the wine bar, curled up in the driver's seat of her car, wrapped in a sweatshirt, asleep beneath a soft gray dawn. Her car parked on a trailhead just outside of town. Jake spun his bike around so fast tires squealed against pavement. He didn't think, didn't breathe, just pedaled, harder than he ever had. The wind burned his eyes and froze the tears to his face as he raced for the bike path. He didn't know if he could save her, but he refused to lose another one without trying. Chapter 41, Found. Knock, knock, knock. It was Gent. Liz could feel him through the air itself, cold, heavy, wrong. She lay beside Hank, trying to hold him there, to keep him from opening the door. Her hands felt like paper. Her voice was trapped somewhere between her lungs and her throat. Hank smiled at her, calm and unaware, and rose anyway. Knock, knock, knock. The sound crawled across her skin. Hank pulled the door open with the ease of routine, and there he was, Gent, smiling wide, hand outstretched like an old friend. Liz screamed and came awake. She bolted upright, gasping. Her car windows were fogged, the air stale. The world was still and quiet, except for her heart hammering against her ribs. The last thing she remembered was running, escaping. Hank was gone. Gent was out there. He could be standing outside her car right now. Then came another knock. Liz twisted, eyes wide. A kid stood outside her car. One hand raised, mid-gesture, frozen in place. Just a kid. Her pulse stayed wild, though. Fear had taught her not to trust appearances. She scanned the lot. A jogger trotted down the trail. A few other cars sat dark and still. No cruiser, no detective. She cracked the window. Liz? A boy said. Her hand tightened on the keys. She didn't know him. His face meant nothing. This he hurried to explain. I'm Jake, he said softly. You don't know me. Yet. The window rolled down the rest of the way, automatic and unstoppable. Liz studied him in silence. There was something fragile but focused about him, like he'd been holding his breath for days. Jake tossed a crumpled brown fast food bag through the window. It landed on her lap. Gent's on the other side of town, he said, calm and certain. Liz blinked. You know Gent? Jake hesitated, eyes dropping to the pavement. Yeah, he said, voice low. I helped him, not on purpose. I didn't know what he was then, but I do now, and I found you first. He's hunting someone else. I need your help. You helped him? Liz repeated, disbelief sharpening her tone. I thought he was a cop, Jake said quickly. He was. He is. He's not what I thought he was. Liz frowned. How old are you, kid? Almost 17? She sighed, shaking her head. I know you can walk through doors, Jake blurted. Liz gave him a look. Everyone can walk through doors, genius. He flushed. Not like that. Without opening them first. You just phase through. That stopped her cold. She stared at him. He looked exhausted. Dark circles, messy hair, old sweatshirt, untied shoes. His whole body screamed burned out. Are you homeless? She asked, almost gently. Jake recoiled. What? No. You look homeless. He shot back. You're the one sleeping in your car. Liz's jaw worked, then dropped into a bitter laugh. Fair point, she muttered. I can't go home. Jake softened. You can, he said earnestly. I can tell you where Gent is, all the time. I can keep you safe. Liz squinted at him. You have a tracker on his car or something? Or something. Jake said, gaze flickering away. I need to know how you know, Liz pressed. Her patience was fraying, and the pain in her leg was beginning to scream. I can see him, Jake said finally. Liz raised an eyebrow. You can see him? In my head, Jake said, like I'm watching through his eyes. It's complicated. Liz stared, ready to dismiss it. Then Jake spoke again, fast. A friend of yours is about to call you. She almost laughed. Can't. I lost my phone. It's under your seat, Jake said, just before her ringtone pierced the air. It's Morgan. She's with Nina? They're okay. Liz froze, slowly. She reached under the seat, her fingers brushing the phone. When she saw Morgan's name on the screen, she nearly dropped it. Hey, she whispered into the receiver. Liz, Morgan's voice cracked with relief. I've been calling all night. Kent was at your apartment. He was there. I know, Liz's voice wavered. Adam? Hank? Morgan's question came quiet, terrified. Liz couldn't answer. She didn't have to. The silence said it all. Oh, Liz. Morgan's voice broke. In the background, Nina asked something softly, and Morgan choked out. They're gone. Liz swallowed hard. Meet me at the model home in 30 minutes, she said. Are you sure that's safe? I think I have a way to track Kent, Liz said, eyes locked on Jake. I'll explain when we meet. She ended the call before Morgan could protest. Tell me more, kid, Liz said, her voice steady now, cold, purposeful. Jake nodded. I'll tell you anything. Chapter 42. Home Again. Vouette had remade herself with the precision of an artist and the obsession of a survivor. Her body was no longer simply hers. It was a masterpiece of deliberate design. Her fur and hair could shift color and texture at will, lying smooth as silk or bristling into camouflage. The pores themselves obeyed her thoughts, each a tiny dial in the machine of her flesh. Her nose could separate the scent of dew from the oil on a stranger's skin. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, bore a second lens that slipped over the first like a whisper, turning night into shadowed clarity. She had kept her fox-like ears, though she trained the muscles to press them flat against her skull until they vanished into her dark hair. Her joints turned with graceful precision, each one engineered for full rotation and balance. Hydraulic ligaments coiled inside her legs, giving her the strength to leap higher than most could imagine. 2 hearts beat within her chest, one steady and central, the other pulsing in tandem to feed the distant corners of her body. She already preferred this form to any she had ever worn. It was her best work, her highest evolution. Rylan had found her mentors, creatures and sages from a dozen worlds, to inspire the anatomy she perfected. Weeks blurred into months of focused refinement, until she could pass for human with deceptive ease. At a glance, or even at a handshake, she might seem merely petite, athletic, or ordinary, but beneath that illusion was an apex predator built by genius and grief. When she wasn't sculpting flesh, Vouette studied his work. Ryland's preparations for Earth were staggering. He had seeded the planet with hidden portals, anchoring the veins of magic deep beneath the crust. He had planted spirit seeds within 100 children, tiny sparks that would awaken one by one into the potential for true power. He had woven wards so subtle the shapers themselves would mistake his handiwork for natural law. He even mapped their likely strongholds, names, ranks, temperaments, power sets, every weakness cataloged with obsessive care. Vouette devoured every detail, every name, every world, and when the last of the lessons were done, when the final tests of her body and mind were complete, she still found herself hesitating. I'm not ready, she confessed quietly. You're ready, Rylan replied. His voice was gentle but unyielding. It feels like I'm leaving forever. The words cracked in her throat, 2 hearts aching in harmony. Rylan frowned, uncertain whether to comfort or argue. Why? You can come and go as you please. There's enough on Earth to fill a lifetime, Vouette said softly, her gaze lowering to the polished floor. And I think, once I'm there, it'll just become another home, just like Sanctuary. It will, Rylan agreed. Homes tend to do that. I've never given so much of myself to something I know isn't mine, she said, tears slipping down her cheeks, warm and quiet. I think that's good for us, Rylan said, placing a hand on her shoulder. I've always been compassionate, but learning to love Earth has demanded something deeper. It changed me. Vouette smiled faintly, her eyes wet but steady. You'll finish the shield? Rylan nodded. You know I will. And you'll miss me? He turned, just in time to see her vanish, her body dissolving into shimmer and light as she crossed the veil between worlds. The air hummed where she had been, still warm from her presence. Rylan stood alone in the echo of her departure. Of course I will, he murmured to the empty room. Chapter 43. Just a Kid. Jake waited outside, the chill morning pressing through his sweatshirt as the muffled argument raged inside. He tried to help, but Liz had ushered him out after Morgan's voice started to rise. He hated it, hated standing there like a stray. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, extending his awareness into the room. He watched. He's a child, Morgan snapped, her anger cutting through the air like glass. He's an adept, Liz shot back, tired and sharp. Liz, he's 12, Nina said, voice flat with disbelief. He's 17, Liz corrected. I'm almost 17, Jake muttered under his breath, though none of them could hear him. How is a kid supposed to help us fight Ghent? Morgan demanded. He can see him, Liz tried again. He can see everything that he does, where he is. That doesn't make him a soldier, Morgan's tone cracked with fear more than anger. He's just a child. Nina said nothing, her unease palpable. Jake could feel her discomfort at being watched, even if she didn't understand how his powers worked. Liz paced, her frustration building. I don't know what choice we have. Ghent already knows about him, already knows about all of us. Then why isn't he dead? Morgan's voice turned cold. Why hasn't Ghent killed him like the others? Maybe because he's young, Liz guessed, her tone unsteady. Maybe that makes a difference. I don't know. Morgan scoffed. Or maybe it's because he's working with Ghent. That one hit Jake like a punch. His throat tightened. Inside, Liz froze, then spun to face Morgan. If he were working with Ghent, we'd all already be dead. Her pacing stopped. Don't you think he'd be here right now? Maybe we should just talk to him? Nina suggested softly. No, Morgan barked immediately. Liz rolled her eyes and started pacing again, her patience snapping thread by thread. He's a child, Morgan repeated, doubling down. He's a powerful adept, Liz countered, and he might be the only reason we're not next. I'm not comfortable using a kid to save ourselves, Morgan said, quieter now but firm. Would you be more comfortable dead? Liz exploded. Hank is gone, Morgan. Dead. Ghent murdered him. Morgan turned away, staring at the floor, her anger collapsing into silence. Adam, too, Liz pressed on, voice cracking. You think this is about comfort? Ghent's coming for us, and we can't stop him. Jake's hand tightened on the door handle. He wanted to go in, to say something, anything that would make it better. But something stopped him, freezing him in place. That kid gives us a chance, Liz continued. Maybe not to fight back, but to survive. That's all we've got left. Jake stepped back as Liz came storming towards the door. Liz, you're a real bitch sometimes, you know that? Morgan's voice cracked with venom. Jake saw Nina flinch, tears welling in her eyes. Liz froze mid-step, turning to stare at Morgan. Fury and grief twisted together. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. You heard me, Morgan said, stepping forward. You got your boyfriend killed, and now you're dragging a child into this. What's next, Liz? Fuck you, Morgan, Liz hissed. I hope Ghent finds you next. She wrenched the door open, finding Jake, forcing an awkward grin. Liz stopped just long enough to glare back one last time, then turned and stalked towards the car. Jake followed silently, his stomach heavy with dread. Inside, he split his focus, one part watching Liz's trembling hands on the steering wheel, the other lingering with Nina and Morgan. Nina's tears spilled freely now. Morgan? She started, voice small and broken. Oh, what, you too? Morgan barked, face red and trembling. Go ahead, follow her. Maybe Ghent can get all of you at once. Jake saw Nina hesitate, her fear battling her guilt. Then she turned and walked out the door, crying quietly. Outside she paused, staring at Liz's car like it was her last and least palatable option. Jake leaned out the passenger window and gestured for her to join. She hesitated only a moment before walking to the car and sliding into the back seat, silent and pale. For nearly a full minute, none of them spoke.
The air in the car felt heavy, a shared exhaustion, thick with grief and fear. Jake watched Morgan standing in the living room, glaring at the door. Finally, Jake drew a slow, steady breath. "We should probably go," he said quietly. Liz glanced at him and turned the key without answering. The car rolled forward, away from the house, away from Morgan, and deeper into the war none of them understood or wanted. Chapter 44. Sorrow and Silence. Tears streamed down Liz's face, blurring the road as she drove. Her thoughts looped endlessly. Regret, faces, choices she couldn't undo. The car filled with quiet reverence. Wind, tires, and motion were the only sounds. Even Nina stayed quiet for a long, brittle minute. Then, inevitably, she broke the silence. "So who's this kid again?" Her voice carried its usual bite. "And how did he get shotgun?" Liz's reflection in the mirror said enough. Jake didn't move. He just watched Nina through that strange, distant awareness of his, the one that didn't require his eyes. Liz started laughing. It came sudden and hollow at first, then harder, a laugh from exhaustion more than humor. "I don't know why you think this is funny," Nina huffed. Liz kept laughing. Jake twisted in his seat, extending a hand. "I'm Jake," he said, forcing a small, polite smile. Nina stared between his face and his hand, blinking in disbelief. Jake mirrored her hesitation before shrugging and facing forward again. "Nina, this is Jake. Jake, Nina." Liz's voice was lighter now, a flicker of normalcy, as they rolled into a quieter neighborhood. "Why is he in the front seat?" Nina pressed again. Liz grinned. "We can do a Russian fire drill, if that'll help, Nina." "I'd like that," Nina said, dead serious. "I hate the back seat." Liz sighed, pulling over. Jake climbed out without complaint, trading spots with Nina. By the time they resettled, Nina was already reaching back over the seat. "I don't know why I have to be a bitch sometimes." Liz rolled her eyes. Jake took her hand anyway. "That's okay," Jake said simply. The car sat idling at the curb, silent, stretching. "So, what's the plan?" Nina finally asked. Jake looked to Liz. Liz shut her eyes, inhaled and exhaled slowly, attempting to ground herself. "I think I have to call Morgan and apologize." She dug for her phone in her pocket. Jake leaned forward and gripped her arm. "You might want to wait." Liz frowned and looked at him. "Why?" "She's calling Ghent." Both women snapped toward him. "She's what?" Liz nearly shouted. Jake didn't flinch. "Not directly. She's calling the non-emergency line. She asked to be transferred to him." Liz's fingers trembled on her phone. "Is she talking to him yet?" "Not yet." Nina's expression twisted. "He's lying. He can't know that." Jake turned towards her, calm and quiet. "I'm not lying. She's still at the house. She cried for a while, and then she called." Liz's call rang once before going to voicemail, Morgan's recorded voice filling the air. "She hung up on me," Liz hissed. Jake nodded slightly. "We have to go back," Nina urged. Nina and Liz twisted to face one another, locking eyes. The two women held each other's gaze for a heartbeat, and then Liz nodded. "Let's go." Liz slammed the car into gear. An oncoming driver blared their horn as she pulled a hard U-turn, flooring the accelerator. "Ghent's not close," Jake said evenly. "You don't have to drive like this." "You're watching both of them?" Nina asked, voice tight, hesitant. Jake shrugged. "Yeah, them and a few others." Nina blinked. "A few others?" Jake didn't look up. "It's like seeing what I want to see. I just tune into people and situations." "How many?" Nina pressed. "I don't know. A few." "How many right now?" He thought for a second. 8? Nina and Liz exchanged a look. "It's like watching TV," Jake went on, staring out the window. "I can see a lot, but hearing everything at once gets messy." Then he froze. "Morgan's talking to Ghent." "What's she saying?" Nina asked, voice desperate. "Call her again," Liz said, already pulling her phone up. "She's telling him she knows what he's looking for," Jake murmured, his voice fading as he drifted further into his vision. "She's giving him the address for the house." Nina called from her phone, one ring, then voicemail. "Fuck you, Morgan," Nina shouted at her phone. "You're selling us out?" "Call again," Liz said, desperately. Jake's voice came out low, strained. "She's not thinking straight. She's scared." He frowned. "Wait, Ghent's
Not going to the house. Liz shot him a glance. Then where? Jake hesitated, his mind stretching further away. He's parked in front of a house. I know this house. He blinked, realization hitting him. Liz cursed under her breath and grabbed her phone mid-turn, swerving hard into the wrong lane. Nina muttered a curse as she tried to call again. Gant's walking up the driveway, Jake said, voice breaking. He's gonna kill her. Who? Nina asked quickly. I don't know, some girl. I've never seen her before. She looks normal? Jake's body went rigid, his breath hitched. Oh, God, she's gonna answer the door. Liz gripped the wheel so tight her knuckles blanched. Jake curled into himself, rocking in the back seat. Please don't, please hear me, please run, don't answer the door. His words fell out in gasps, useless prayers to a woman that couldn't hear him. Jake, what's happening? Liz demanded. He didn't answer, just flinched. She knows him. She knows his name. Liz swerved around a slower car, speeding dangerously. Liz, Nina warned, you're not even heading the right direction. Slow down. Liz eased off the gas. Oh, Jake said suddenly, his tone shifting to uncertain and then shocked. Oh, what is it? She told him to forget about her and Aaron and leave them alone? Jake blinked rapidly, confused. He's just leaving. But he smiled first. That horrible smile. He looked up through the rearview mirror, haunted. Jake shook his head, helpless.
I know who it is, Liz said.
Chapter 45. Monsters. Vince's feet slapped through the cold water of a narrow stream as he ducked under low branches and tore through thick brush. The vines clawed at his arms and the air stank of mud and fear. He tried not to touch anything he didn't have to. The stream was shallow, barely knee-deep, but it was his only hope of masking his scent. Sweat dripped into his eyes, every muscle burned. He'd run ultra-marathons before, grueling, punishing races with crew support, hydration, and cheering crowds, but this was different. This was silence, wilderness, and something chasing him through both. I don't believe in monsters, he whispered to himself. He vaulted over a fallen log, crawled under another, and scrambled up an embankment where the undergrowth turned too thick to pass. Mud caked his legs, blood streaked his arms, and still he knew he was moving too slowly. The thing behind him was closing in. Fucking cryptids, he muttered. Ahead, the stream widened into a shallow pool, barely deep enough to submerge, but it was all he had. He dropped to his knees and slid into the water until only his nose and eyes broke the surface. The cold stabbed through his skin, but he forced himself to be still. He could feel everything. The forest wasn't silent to him, not really. Each living thing existed as a faint light on a map inside of his mind. The pulse of frogs beneath the mud, the heartbeat of the small mammals darting away, the flutter of birds taking flight, all of them shared his fear. All of them fled from the predator that stalked him. He held his breath, watching the faint shimmer of moonlight ripple across the pool. He thought about how close he'd been to finishing his through hike. 20 days left or so of the Appalachian Trail. 2 miles a day, strong legs, good gear. A dream, nearly done. Now, none of that mattered. He was terrified deep in his bones. Tears stung his eyes as he gripped the mud and whispered, "Please don't find me." A voice answered anyway. "Gods, but you're a challenge to catch." The figure that stepped into view was a woman, or something close enough to pass. She looked young, her form framed by moonlight, but her presence was wrong. The air bent around her. Every part of him that could see and sense life screamed that she wasn't human. "Are you going to crawl out of there?" she asked. "Or should I pull you out myself?" The voice was too sweet, too careful, practiced, like someone imitating kindness. Vince rose slowly, dripping and shivering. He lifted his hands in surrender. "What are you?" "I'm Vouet," she said simply, smiling as if it meant something. "I'm from another world." She turned, stepping up onto the bank. The plants bent aside for her, parting to reveal a narrow, perfect trail. "I've got a few more of you to collect, so if we could walk and talk, I'll explain." Vince stayed still. "Collect?" he asked. Vouet looked back over her shoulder. her grin unnervingly stiff, like she'd learned it by watching humans rather than being one. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Protect me? He echoed. Of course. Now come on, we've got a long way to go. She stepped into the trees calmly. Vince's skin prickled with goose flesh. He took a slow breath and followed, just close enough to grab her if she attacked, though he doubted strength would matter against something like her. Gods, you're frightened, Fouette said without looking back. Don't be. You didn't think you were the only one like you, did you? That stopped him cold. I don't know what I am, Vince said quietly, and I'm not sure I want to. Fouette's smile softened. Curiosity is braver than denial. She moved on gracefully and unhindered. Walk with me, and I'll tell you everything you need to know. He hesitated, then followed. The plants moved as she passed, rearranging themselves into a path that hadn't existed moments ago. What are you? Vince asked. Your kind would call me a wizard, I suppose, she said lightly, stepping over a root. Right, Vince muttered, sarcasm masking fear. Behind him, the trail was already closing. Vines reknit themselves across his footprints. His stomach dropped. What is happening? Fouette didn't slow. Explain how you can feel the forest breathe. Explain how you can see without seeing. Explain why you're different, she said. I'm not, he started, but stopped when he caught her eyes. They glowed faintly, slitted teardrops instead of the round pupils of humans. Her skin shimmered like something grown, not born. Not yet, you're not, Fouette said, with a knowing smirk. Someday, maybe. She picked up her pace. Now keep up. That's insane. It is? She said over her shoulder. Then how did you know I was following you? He froze mid-step. How did you know that? A friend of mine gave you your powers. He and I are going to teach you how to use them. Towering tree whose trunk was hollowed through the middle with a shadowed tunnel. Fouette brushed her fingers along the bark, and the air shimmered like a heat mirage. She smirked and stepped through. Vince hesitated, and then followed. For an instant, he felt his stomach twist, and his vision stretched, twisted. When he stumbled out the other side, the forest had changed. New air, new smells, a whole new geography. The hole was gone. Behind him stood solid bark where the passage had been. Come on, Fouette called. We're in a hurry. Vince looked around. The vegetation was thinner here, the trail more defined. Where are we? West, Fouette said, as if she'd guessed. A day's walk or so from where we started, give or take. How? Magic, she said simply. He circled the trunk, half expecting to see the same illusion, but the tree was full and solid all the way around. Are you a fairy or something? He asked, voice trembling despite himself. Fouette laughed, bright, musical, and alien. It was all the answer that Vince needed. Chapter 46. Confrontations. Liz's tires screamed against the asphalt as she pulled into the cul-de-sac, the car barely stopping before she flung the door open. The engine was still running when she sprinted towards the model home's front door. Nina twisted the keys from the ignition and followed, her heart pounding. Jake climbed out last, his pace calm and steady, a strange contrast to the storm breaking ahead of him. Didn't bother with the handle. She phased straight through the front door and shouted, I can't believe you'd call Ghent. Her voice tore through the living room like a weapon. It's unforgivable, Morgan. You've betrayed us. Morgan froze, her phone in her trembling hands. Shame and fear battled across her face. You're going to get us killed, Liz continued, jabbing her finger into the woman's chest. Not just us, yourself too. Liz, I'm sorry, Morgan stammered, her voice breaking under the weight of it. Nina burst through the door. Liz, we don't have time for this. We need to go. Right now. Liz didn't hear her. Her anger was a tidal wave. You called that monster, and you invited him here. Do you understand what you did? Morgan's words barely escaped her throat. I thought I could... Tears streamed down her cheeks. We're leaving, Liz said, grabbing Morgan's wrist. And you're coming with us, because that's what friendship means, Morgan. It means not leaving people behind, not betraying them. Nina stepped aside as Liz hauled Morgan towards the door. On her way out, Nina snatched Morgan's phone and threw it on the floor, the crack of plastic echoing through the hall. Friends don't sell each other out to monsters, Liz shouted, still dragging Morgan towards the car. Jake stood back, holding the door open for them as they passed. Morgan avoided his eyes, her shame too heavy to meet anyone's gaze. Nina followed in silence, her face drawn tight with disbelief. Liz shoved Morgan into the back seat, slammed the door, and slid behind the wheel. The engine roared to life. Jake and Nina scrambled into their seats as the car shot forward, tires spinning briefly. Liz, Jake said quietly. She didn't respond. Liz? Nina tried again, louder this time, reaching out but stopping short of touching her arm. Morgan sobbed uncontrollably in the back seat, the sound raw and small against the hum of speeding tires and the car's engine. Liz? Jake said once more, firmer now. What? Her voice cracked like a whip, though some of the venom had drained away. You should slow down, Jake said evenly, eyes fixed on the road ahead, and take another route. Liz's knuckles whitened on the wheel, but she exhaled, eased off the gas, and made the next left without a word. Finally, after a long, tense moment, she spoke again. Jake, tell me where that girl lives. Her tone measured, controlled. Jake blinked. What girl? The one who told Gent to fuck off, Liz said. The one who made him leave. Jake frowned, still piecing it together. Why? Because she told him to stop, and he did. Liz looked down at him in the rearview mirror, her expression hard and curious all at once. I want to know how. Morgan lifted her tear-streaked face, confusion and disbelief mingling with fear. Nina turned, looked at Jake, her eyes wide with dawning understanding. Jake hesitated, then nodded slowly. Okay, it's a left up ahead. Chapter 47, Blind Spots. The car's silence was thick, born from betrayal, grief, and the kind of hatred only close friends can inspire. Right on the next street, Jake said from the back seat, his voice barely registered against the hum of the wheels. But Jake wasn't really in the car anymore. His mind drifted elsewhere, split across places and people, spread around the city and into strangers' lives. The woman who had sent Gen away was talking to herself again, carrying on a full conversation, though only her voice ever spoke. Her tone shifted, laughter burbled out, pauses in conversation landed with perfect timing. It wasn't ranting. She believed someone was listening. Jake didn't know whether to be fascinated or terrified. He was almost certain she was insane. Gent, on the other hand, was anything but. The detective had reached the model home, fury rolling off of him like static. Jake felt it. The man paced through the empty house, his boots slamming against the tile and wood. Then the terrible inhuman growl tore through the quiet, low and guttural, vibrating in Jake's bones. Where is she, Jake? Did you save her, boy? Gent's voice echoed upward, like he was taunting the air itself and somehow staring directly at the place where Jake watched him. Jake shuddered, his breath catching as he ripped his focus back to the car. Right here, he blurted out too late. Liz slammed on the brakes, jerking everyone forward. You could have given me a little more warning, she muttered, throwing the car in reverse. Jake mumbled, you could have just taken the next turn, but his voice was barely audible. Liz ignored him, or didn't hear, whipping the wheel around and speeding down the narrow street. It's a light blue house, 5 up on the right, Jake said, steadying his breath. Number 4350. His focus flickered again between the woman and Gent, anxiety ratcheting higher and higher. Jake? Nina's voice broke through softly. He blinked, realizing everyone was staring at him. What? Who is this girl? Liz asked, clearly for the second or third time. Gent called her Emily, Jake said with a shrug. Liz sighed. Great. Are you coming with me? Jake climbed out with her, the others close behind. The 4 of them walked up to the house, the air heavy with tension. Liz pressed the doorbell. Inside, Jake watched a scene play out through his mind's eye. The woman, Emily, told her invisible friend to answer the door and walk toward the kitchen. The door opened to reveal the man from the bagel shop. Jake froze. You? I can't see you. Aaron's brow furrowed. He glanced over the strange group at the door, landing last on Liz. Oh, hell no, he muttered, already starting to close it. Wait, please. Liz's voice cracked between desperation and command. Aaron hesitated. What do you want? Nina stood like a statue, too still even for fear. Morgan broke the silence, her tone dry as dust. So, you all know each other, I take it? No, Jake and Aaron said together. Yes, Liz said at the same time. Morgan exhaled. Perfect. Aaron opened the door wider. Behind him, Jake saw Emily entering the living room with a soda in her hand. Her presence brightened the space, but tension still hung like fog. Nina? Aaron asked, his confusion plain. What are you doing here? Nina didn't move, only her eyes widened in horror. We need to talk to your sister, Liz said. Aaron's expression hardened. No, you definitely don't. You're all insane. He tried to close the door again, but Morgan blocked it with her shoulder. And who are you? He demanded. I guess I'm the grounded one, Morgan sighed, half under her breath. And what do you want? To talk to Emily, Morgan and Liz said together. Emily appeared behind her brother, curiously narrowing her eyes. Aaron? Who are these people? Aaron grimaced. Remember that awkward date I told you about? You weren't talking to yourself? Jake muttered. The girl who wanted to hire a magician? Emily asked, stepping up beside her brother. Aaron rolled his eyes. Something like that. Nothing like that, Liz said sharply. Jake, what do you mean you can't see him? Jake blinked. I can see him with my eyes, but not with my sight. Aaron frowned. Is this kid for real? Can you all just explain why you're here? Exasperation was thick in his voice. Emily tilted her head, reading them like a puzzle that was starting to make sense. You told Gent to leave, and he did, Morgan said, her tone sharp and accusing. How? Emily went still, her eyes darted to her brother, then back to the group. Liz's voice dropped to a whisper. How does he not know? Emily squeezed her eyes shut. I told you he didn't, Nina blurted, then flinched back as everyone turned towards her. Emily's shoulders slumped. Aaron, let them in. Aaron blinked. What? Let them in, Emily repeated. Can I leave then? He asked dryly. No, Emily, Liz, and Jake said in unison. Nina added a small, guilty shake of her head. Aaron groaned, walking into the living room and collapsing onto the couch. Emily sighed and stepped aside, motioning for the others to enter. Morgan went first, her confidence brittle but intact. Liz and Jake followed, and Nina lingered just long enough to regret it before stepping through the door. Emily closed it softly behind them. I'm Emily, she said, gesturing towards the couch. That's my brother Aaron. We should probably start with introductions. The room fell quiet. Everyone watched her. Jake's eyes, though, never left Aaron. The man sat there, solid and visible to the world, but utterly invisible to Jake's second sight. He was already questioning what else he might have missed, and that terrified him. Chapter 48. Second Date. The odd little gathering in Aaron's living room had explained themselves 3 times now, each repetition more unbelievable than the last. They weren't stage magicians, they said, not sleight of hand, not top hat and cape, no rabbits or cards. They meant the real kind, the kind with wizards, dragons, and powers that bent the rules of the world. Aaron had started off convinced it was some elaborate prank, a poorly executed joke that would end with laughter and a smug gotcha. Then his life would go back to normal, and he'd just chalk it up to bad taste and too much caffeine. But they explained it again, slowly this time, like they were talking to a child. They said magic wasn't like the movies. It was a connection to something deeper, something that gave them power. They could see distant places, move through walls, make things shimmer. It was demonstrated by phasing her hand through a mug, then through the table, and finally by stepping through the coffee table itself. Jake said he could see far-off places. He even described Aaron buying bagels earlier that week, but admitted he couldn't see him anymore, not even now. Morgan made the air ripple and sparkle for a moment, like heat over asphalt. Maybe it was something, maybe not. Emily hadn't shown anything, only backed them up. And Nina hadn't spoken once. She stayed in the corner, shrinking from every glance that, like she might disappear if she stayed quiet long enough. By the third explanation, Aaron was pacing. His patience was gone, replaced with laughter that sounded too sharp to be genuine. So let me get this straight, he said, rolling his eyes. You all think I'm a wizard. Robe, beard, staff, lightning bolts, the whole thing. His tone dripped with mockery. You are, Nina said softly. squeaking. Aaron froze. You too? He turned to Emily, his voice raising. Emily, why the hell are you doing this? Sorry, Aaron, Emily said, lowering her head. They're being serious. We are, Morgan added, matter of fact. Liz shot Morgan a glare, her patience with everyone razor thin. Gent killed our friends. He knows about you, Aaron. He'll come after you again. He won't, Emily said quietly, but there was no hesitation in her voice, no doubt. The room went still. Liz, Morgan, Nina, even Aaron turned and stared at her. How do you know that? Morgan asked first. I just know. Emily's answer was calm. Too calm. Jake's gaze locked on her. He could feel something in the way she spoke, like a pulse of intent he couldn't name. Care to explain that to the rest of us? Liz pressed. Or at least to me, Aaron snapped. The hurt in his voice was beginning to outweigh the disbelief. Emily drew a long, slow breath. My power is making people do what I tell them to do. Her eyes lifted to her brother's, full of an unspoken apology. Aaron scoffed. Sure it is. Jake, Emily said gently, do 3 jumping jacks. Jake blinked, stood up, and began doing them without question. Okay, he said cheerfully. Aaron shook his head, throwing his hands up. That doesn't prove anything. You've got him in on this too. You all need to stop. This prank isn't funny. It hasn't ever been funny. This is my fault, Emily whispered. The words landed like a thunderclap. Everyone in the room turned towards her. Jake with confusion, Liz with curiosity, Morgan with disbelief. Aaron's anger cracked through his restraint. What do you mean, your fault? Emily met his eyes, tears welling. I told you not to know, not to believe. Her words tumbled out faster and faster. I didn't understand what we could do back then. We were children. I told you not to believe it, and you listened. Aaron's breath hitched. When? Emily's voice trembled. We were 6. You came running to me so excited. Your little battery car had died. But when you touched it, it started to work again. I didn't believe you. I made you get out and let me try, but it wouldn't work for me. Then you got back in, and it was like it came alive, supercharged. I was jealous. Her voice cracked, and she covered her face with her hands. I told you it was impossible. I told you that you didn't have powers. I told you it was your imagination. A sob broke through. Aaron stood frozen, his face twisting between anger, disbelief, and something worse. He wanted to shout. He wanted to deny it. But the memory fit. It slotted into place like a missing puzzle piece he'd been trying not to see his entire life. I'm so sorry, Aaron, Emily whispered. You have to believe me. Believe us. His head pounded. The world felt too small. Forget what I said back then, Emily pleaded. Listen to us now. Take a breath. Believe what we're telling you. Aaron stared at her for a long, quiet moment, his breathing ragged. Then he inhaled slowly, eyes flickering around the room, at Liz, at Jake, at Morgan, at Nina, and finally back to his sister. I believe you, he said calmly. The room fell utterly silent. Liz and Morgan exchanged horrified glances. Jake's brow furrowed as he studied Aaron's expression. Nina blinked rapidly, unsure what had just shifted in the air. Emily slumped, drained. I don't know if that will work, she admitted. Why not? Morgan asked softly. Because I told him once that he was immune to it, Emily said through sniffles. I told him I couldn't control him, and ever since then, trying to, takes everything I have. It's like running until your lungs burn. Liz stepped forward carefully, her tone gentler now. Aaron? Yes, Aaron answered. Do you really believe us? Aaron met her gaze. His eyes were red and tired, his voice flat. I don't know. Chapter 49, Stranger and Stranger. Vouette had begun this mission with obligation in her heart, another of Ryland's errands, another burden in a long chain of them. But somewhere in the past weeks, something shifted. As she gathered the humans he had seeded across Earth, she began to feel something she hadn't in decades. Awe. The children from Earth were raw power incarnate, frightened, untrained, unstable, yet each wielded magic like a newborn god. Vouette, one of Sanctuary's most gifted Tor, who had trained beside Rylan and studied under masters from 10,000 worlds, found herself humbled. These fragile creatures, barely aware of what they were, could eclipse even her. It was horrifying. She'd started, as Altor did, coaxing the smallest sparks of essence, learning control through endless study and failure. Years had passed before she could move essence like a river instead of a trickle. And these children, these infants, were shaping the world with no more effort than a breath. "What have you done, Rylan?" she whispered to the wind. Even in Sanctuary, stories of such prodigies were myths, tales of heroes who burned too bright and vanished, leaving nothing but ruins behind. But this was real. She could see it. If the Shapers ever found these children, they would fight wars over them. They would dissect, train, and consume every secret they possessed, and Vuet couldn't say with certainty that she herself wouldn't be tempted to do the same. Training them would teach her more than years of solitary study ever could. The thought filled her with an excitement she wasn't proud of. She had already gathered a dozen of Ryland's seeds, the chosen humans destined for awakening, and sent them to Sanctuary. 23 remained, clustered in a single valley city. It pulsed with energy, the very air thick with essence. Vuet could see the currents of power bending around it, glowing with a brightness that the Shapers should have noticed by now. That was what unsettled her most. They should have come. They should already be here. But the Shapers were patient hunters. Perhaps they were already here, waiting in the shadows, testing the field before striking. Vuet's doubts, once whispered, had become screams. When she finished this mission, she would demand Ryland's answers, or tear them from him. For now, she stood on the ridge above the city, the valley below lit in a tapestry of glowing street lamps and neon. She saw raw water magic tracing the river below. The air essence danced like mist around her, the life power of trees spilling across the valley floor, and beneath all of it, burning white hot, 23 young minds reaching into the world with reckless brilliance, toddlers strapped with bombs instead of toys. One in particular pulled at her senses, a radiant knot of potential, vast as an ocean and just as untamed. It sat among a cluster of others, pulsing like a heartbeat ready to rupture. She should have been cautious. She should have observed first. But she was done following invisible strings. She would finish Ryland's work and perhaps begin her own. Vuet sprinted through the city, moving fast. Her body, sculpted and perfected, propelled her across rooftops and alleys with feral grace. The closer she came, the stronger the web of emotions became. Fear, anger, grief, defiance, a storm of energy held together by fragile trust. Circling the house, she paused. The air was wrong. There, faint but familiar, the scent of foreign magic. Not Earth's, not the children's. Carefully woven essence, delicate as silk and twice as deadly. A Shaper trap. Vuet smiled. "You underestimate them," she said under her breath. Before stepping forward, she sent Ryland a pulse through their link, an emergency alert. He would know. The Shapers had found his seeds. He might even intervene, though that was no concern of hers. Her mission was clear. Get the children out before the web closed, before the Shapers collected what they'd come for. She took one long, steady breath. Then she opened the back patio door, unlocked, unguarded, and stepped inside. Vuet smiled at the powerful children gathered before her. "Hello," she said. "You've all been very busy." Chapter 50. Sent away. Jake's sight failed him for the second time that day. He'd been watching the house from every angle, every window, every door, every shadow. Nothing could have surprised him. Then the back door slid open, and something stepped inside. The figure ducked through the frame, fur shimmering in the low light, like oil over water. For a heartbeat, Jake's mind refused to make sense of her shape. Limbs too long, movements too smooth, face almost human. His chair scraped back with a shriek as he stumbled away, heart hammering in his throat. The stranger spoke soft, musical, but the sound was drowned beneath the thunder of his pulse. "Who the hell are you?" Morgan spat, voice brittle with fear. "I am Vuet," the woman said, inclining her head. "Master Tor, I've come to see you trained and ready for the future." The silence that followed was suffocating. Everyone stared at everyone else, searching for a cue on how to react. Jake couldn't stop staring at her. Every eye of his mind turned towards her. There was nothing, no aura, no signature, no shape at all. She was invisible to him. That terrified him more than anything else. He blinked and saw through the illusion. Her skin was hair laid flat in microscopic patterns. Her teeth were long, predatory, too white. Her eyes were liquid amber with slit pupils like, "You're not human," he whispered. Vuet smiled. "No, I'm not." "What are you then?" Jake demanded. "Something you have no word for. I'm built from 100 species, from 100 different worlds." Aaron let out a broken laugh. "What the fuck is that supposed to mean? This day cannot get any weirder." Nina stepped forward, fury lighting her face. "Where the hell have you been?" she screamed. "Our friends are dead. Gent killed them, and you show up now?" Vuet didn't flinch. "I'm sorry about your friends," she said softly. "Tell me about this Gent." Her voice was low and smooth as water over stone, cut straight through Jake's fear. For a moment, he almost wanted to trust her. Her presence pressed on the room like warmth. Wrapping around them, everyone seemed calmer, almost protective. Jake's stomach twisted. "No, you're not helpless," he said aloud, his voice shaking. "You're dangerous." Vuet's smile sharpened, predatory. Gent's grin flashed on her face, and Jake's heart lurched. "She's dangerous," he shouted. "Don't let her get any closer." Vuet tilted her head, studying him as if he was an interesting insect. "You're brave," she said simply, and took another step. The room erupted into motion. Liz shifted to stand between Vuet and the others. Nina's fists clenched. Aaron looked lost, his hands trembling. Morgan hovered near the wall, her eyes flicking towards the front door, like a trapped animal searching for escape. Emily alone didn't move. She just watched, understanding dawning in her eyes. "You're all dangerous too, you know," Vuet said. "You just don't understand it yet." Jake saw her coiled muscles, small but impossibly dense, and realized she could likely kill them all before anyone could do anything. Emily tried to speak, but Vuet blurred, moving fast. In an instant, Vuet was behind her, one arm coiled around her neck, the other covering her mouth. "Sorry," Vuet murmured, "but I know what you can do, and I can't risk you saying the wrong thing." The others froze, then Aaron laughed. Vuet's free hand flicked, and a sphere of shifting light struck Aaron in the chest. He vanished. Gone. No sound, no light, no trace. "Oh my God," Morgan screamed. Vuet turned to face them calmly. "He's alive. I sent him to be trained." Jake's voice cracked. "Where?" Vuet's gold eyes flickered toward him. "A city in another world." "Why?" Nina asked, voice trembling. "Why would you do that?" "Because your world is about to be invaded," Vuet answered, "by a force that will destroy it, and I need your help to stop it." Jake swallowed hard. "Us?" Vuet grinned. "Yes, you." Morgan's hand closed around the doorknob. "You're all insane," she said, voice shaking. "I'm not dying for this," she screamed as she ran from the house. Jake realized he'd been too focused on the stranger and the inhuman body. He hadn't even realized Morgan inched her way to the door. "Damn it, Morgan," Liz cursed. Vuet didn't stop her. Her focus was elsewhere. Her ears twitched, and the air around them seemed to hum. "We're out of time," she said in a breath. Before anyone could move, she threw another orb. Light swallowed Liz whole. A second hit Nina, and in the same instant she vanished, just like the others. "Wait!" Jake cried, but they were already gone. "Stop!" The single word cracked through the air like thunder. Vuet froze mid-motion, her body locking in place. Emily's eyes blazed. "Back up," Emily commanded. "Stand away from us." Vouette stepped backwards, stiffly, fighting the pull of her muscles. "Emily, please, I'm trying to help you." "Tell us the truth," Emily commanded. "I am." "Then go get my brother," Emily ordered, voice trembling but firm. "Bring him back safe." Vouette's jaw tightened. "I will." She reached for one more orb and vanished. Silence fell, the kind of silence that pressed into your ears until you could hear your own blood move. Jake's breath sounded too loud. He waited a minute, then 2, then 5. No one came back. He looked at Emily, whose eyes were shining faintly with tears. Her shoulders trembled as the light faded and she dropped into the nearest chair. "I don't think she's coming back," Jake said softly. Emily covered her face with her hands and began to cry.